So we've been doing a lot of work on Searchlight, and there's much more stuff that we're looking at to try to do for these markets, which is more data efficient and hopefully will become much faster for users to use.
Yeah, and just even on Searchlight, what's interesting, is these sort of big changes to these products, they cause a step change in adoption rates, right? And literally you have a curve that looks like this, and you can go back to historical data when Searchlight was launched in India, boom, it does that. And now we're seeing that across markets. And I think it's very, very relevant for Southeast Asia, because at this stage of the ecosystem is when we should start building stuff, especially for startups, building things ground up. Let's switch.
Let me give one more example there. So last year, Flipkart reached out to us. Most of you know about Flipkart, largest e-commerce company in India. And one of the things they wanted to do was, one of the challenges they were facing were that people on low-spec phones weren't installing the Flipkart app. So we worked with them to basically add some capabilities into Chrome, which we call progressive web apps, and helped build Flipkart Lite. And it was incredible. It's basically it's a web app, but it feels and behaves like a native app. It gets an icon that installs on the desktop. And that's been spectacularly transformative for Flipkart. I mean, I can't share their numbers, but they've shared their numbers with us. And it's amazing seeing the number of users who've started heavily using this Flipkart Lite app, and how fast they're reaching users who, in the past, they were just not able to unlock.
Yeah, and just to build on that insight, one of the things we observed in a number of these markets, Indonesia, Vietnam, etc., is where you have 30-40% of the devices are lower spec phones, right? 512 MB, kind of phones, is very high uninstall rates of apps. So after 6 weeks, 90% of apps that get installed in many emerging markets get uninstalled. And many of you know that we went through a phase, I think, in Asia where every startup wanted to be an app-only company. I think that's largely over now. And I think the reason they were being uninstalled is not because the app wasn't great or the user didn't. It's because they just didn't have enough memory on the device. So they'd use it once and then they'll uninstall it. So I think this progressive web apps, which Flipkart, and actually we have a number of large internet companies in Southeast Asia also now going down that path, I think is a very interesting one. Let's shift gears, Caesar, in the interest of time. Caesar, by the way, moved from our headquarters in Mountain View back home, Singapore, to actually build teams in the region to really help Google understand and then build for the next billion. Tell us a little bit about what are you doing with your teams? I don't know whether you want to talk about this, but we made our very first acquisition of a startup in Asia. So talk to us a little bit about, to the extent you can share, what are you doing and what's up with the acquisition?
So a couple of things. I think one was a couple of years back when we started looking at APAC, and Sundar took over as CEO, he sort of did a pivot of the company to focus much more on APAC. And part of that was we realized that we needed to start not just modifying our products, but also build new products for these regions, build new features, products, services. And so, the best way, as many of you know, to build products for users is to be close to them. And so, we already have a big office in India. We have very good offices in China. But Singapore looked like a very good central hub for us to build out an engineering team. So when I moved back and we started an engineering team, and we acquired a company called Pi, who are fantastic mobile developers. And we're building out products around that team. So nothing new to announce today, but hopefully over the next few years, you'll see us bring new products and services to this market. But at a fundamental level, one of the things that we guys were thinking of is, as Google, we have the ability to solve some of these core infrastructural issues for the region, which are very hard for maybe smaller companies to do. So those are areas that we're going to spend a lot of time trying to do on how do we solve some of these infrastructural reasons, challenges that only a large company like Google could do.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point, because on the previous panel, I think there was a great question, which is what should market leaders, whether you're in-country market leaders or global players, do to actually help shape ecosystems? And I think the work that you and your teams have been doing, whether it's Android One, making devices more affordable, making data more accessible, making the internet work despite these conditions, I think are great examples. All right, before I open it up for a couple of questions, we've talked about this $200 billion internet opportunity, Caesar, in Southeast Asia. You're from here, you live in Singapore, so let's just assume tomorrow morning you wake up, you're not leading the NBU team at Google. I hope that you do for the next 25 years. But let's just assume that you did. What's the startup you would build to build an amazing company, not as Google, because we have half the room are entrepreneurs and the other half are investors. What would you build given what you know about the region, next billion users, what works, what doesn't work? What would you? We don't want to do it, but what would you?
Fascinating question, especially because you're asking me this in front of a room full of entrepreneurs.
Yeah, exactly. So don't tell them the idea you might build, but tell them something else.
So don't tell them exactly what you will do, but tell them something else. That's a challenging one. No, I think rather than talk about specific ideas, let me talk about sort of the challenges that I think we can approach here. I think there's some interesting, great products to be built around connectivity and access.
Yeah.
And it's not just around operators, but I think the way people buy data in these markets, the way they think about data, is different from what we've seen in the US or West. If any of you walk into a store in Philippines and you see the number of choices for data plans there, you'll realize that users in this market are very discerning, very value conscious about how they're thinking about data. So there's a lot of room for opportunity to innovate there. I think as Nick and a couple of others are doing, and people talked about, payments is a huge area.
Massive payments opportunity.
Massive payments opportunity. I think that's, when there is a gold rush, the people who make money are the people who make shovels, right? So that's how I think of the payment ecosystem. So I think that's
there really isn't. I mean, other than a few startups like Garina's payments platform, there are very few payments platforms that we've seen in Southeast Asia, right?
But also just the growth in number of people. This region is going to see a massive change from people using cash to moving to digital payments. Yeah. How that happens, we don't know, but it's definitely going to happen. So I think there's huge room for opportunity and growth there. I think, and then actually discovery of new products and services is also a very big open area.
Yeah.
I mean, we at Google provide some services there, but in general, I think that's a space that we've seen, with many, many different options in the US and Western Europe, and I expect to see that happen here too.
Okay, great. All right, thanks, Cesar. Let's open it up. We have time for probably 2 questions.
I think while the questions are coming, let me turn it around. If you weren't running our business in Southeast Asia, I'll ask it differently because Rajan also funds a lot of companies. Which company would you be most interested in funding, or what type of technology or business would you be most interested in funding?
I would probably, I'd look for, there's so many, right? I mean, I'm actually, very, very excited about Southeast Asia, of course. I would look at niche commerce. I think what we've seen in India is horizontal commerce platforms, Flipkart, Snapdeal, Amazon, those tend to kind of lay the infrastructure in many ways. They have to build the roads, right, which is, logistics networks, et cetera, et cetera. And then on top of that, you'll start seeing very interesting private label brands, sort of commerce, sort of second generation commerce. It's still a bit early, but I think that's going to happen. I do think payments here is going to be just explosive. And we haven't really seen, we've seen 1 or 2 interesting startups. And I do think like companies like Pawn Hero are going to reinvent payments and financials. Fintech in general, I think is very interesting. Also, I think language learning. I mean, every time I go to Vietnam, there's like a new language learning startup that's really trying to do things that are very different, right? So this company, startup Elsa, which I think 500 startups funded, is quite fascinating. So, everywhere I look, I really do think, we haven't even yet seen summer. So I do realize that, when you've only got $1 billion coming into the ecosystem and it's not growing by 5x this year, maybe that feels a little challenging. But I think we're so early. It reminds me of, although the user base is almost as big as India, when I think about the development of the ecosystem from a funding standpoint, it's like 2010 in India. We're 5 years, so there's opportunities in every single sector.
Yeah. Actually, one of the interesting things you just mentioned is, I think the addressable user base in Southeast Asia is something that people should be looking at. People often get caught up in the 1.2 billion number in India.
Yeah.
But the addressable user base of people who can actually get our products and services is
absolutely.
in many ways comparable.
Yeah, just to look at that, I mean, the average GDP per capita is over 3x India, right? And then if you look at this tipping point of GDP per capita, which is about $3,000, right? You've got Singapore way above that, Malaysia way above that, Thailand way above that, Indonesia just tipped that. So you've got really 4 out of the 6 countries that are actually already above, including the largest one, which is Indonesia. And I think that's a very good point that a lot of people haven't really, hasn't sunk in yet. Okay, there's a question over here. Tell us who you are, and then.
Hi, so I'm Minette Navarrete from Kickstart Ventures, Philippines, Globe Telecom. So the earlier panel talked about how differently a startup has to operate to be successful in Southeast Asia. And you gentlemen have seen various regions. So how differently does a funder, whether an angel or a VC, need to operate to be successful in Southeast Asia, and whether that's to help the community grow or to deliver great returns? Do you have a perspective around that?
Yeah, let me. I can't really comment as an investor because we're not investors, right? But I'll tell you, from building a company, I think the co-founder of Grab sort of aptly articulated that, right? Winning in Southeast Asia is about winning every city. Because it's really not one country, right? If you look at in India, although India is not, is one country, but going from the north to south is very, very different languages, different, social behavior, et cetera, et cetera. But Southeast Asia really is very different countries, right? Different languages, different cultures, and so on and so forth. And I think if you want to build a very large Southeast Asia business, it probably needs to be across the region. You could probably do it only in Indonesia, but I'm talking 20, 30, 40 billion dollar type companies, right? And I think the challenge, the most difficult thing of this is going to be, winning in Indonesia itself is very, very difficult from an execution, team, strategy standpoint, right? Because you've got to really understand it, you've got to play that game and build that game. Then winning in Thailand is very, very different. So I think from an execution complexity standpoint, I think winning in Southeast Asia is going to be very hard. And I think that's where also I believe that the moats are going to be built. This question of, is it going to be local companies or is it going to be global companies? I think for many global companies, Southeast Asia is going to prove to be quite challenging because Indonesia is as different as you can get from Thailand, let alone Singapore, right? And each of these countries requires very deep understanding, and especially, let's say, an e-commerce business, an O2O business, a travel business, right? You need to be on the ground in a very substantial way. So I think from a building a company and by the way, I view that very positively because what it means is if you do it well, I mean, replicating what Lazada has done is actually non-trivial. Because in every market they've got positions, they understand those markets. It's been built over years. So I actually view that it's very hard, but for the players who do it, it would be very, 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 very interesting. I don't know whether you want to add to that.
No, I think you said it brilliantly.
Okay. Any other questions? Otherwise, we should wrap. Okay, great. Well, thank you, Caesar,
Thank you so
and
much.
thanks everyone.
Okay, so it's the final session before lunchtime. So please can we shut the door and let me invite Mark Johnston onto the stage, who is the political editor for Southeast Asia for The Economist. Thank you, Mark.
Am I on? I'm on now. Good morning to you all. Thank you very much for being here. And
Mark, why don't you take the mic?
How does this, have we just about won? We've just about won, hooray. So we're going to be talking about e-commerce, and I'm going to introduce a couple of companies who are going to talk to you about their personal experience. According to Google's research, online sales of first-hand physical products in Southeast Asia are worth around $6 billion at present, but they have the potential to grow to 90 billion by 2025, and potentially as high as 120 billion. Now, how are we going to get there, and who is going to get the lion's share of that cash? To help us answer those questions, we have some expert panelists who I'd like to introduce now. If you could come up to the stage. We have Chris Feng, who is the CEO of Shopee. Chris, please come up and join me. We have Fajrin Rashid, who's the co-founder of Bukalapak, an Indonesian classified site. Chris, Fajrin, please come up. We have Paul Srivarakul, who's the CEO of A-Commerce, based in Bangkok. And we also have Alexis Horowitz-Burdick, who's the CEO of Sephora Digital, formerly of Luxola. Hi, Alexis. So I think I'd like to start. We have barely any time, so we'll barrel through it. Let's begin, I think, by asking each of my panelists to tell us a little bit about their firm and what opportunities they see here in Southeast Asia. And why don't we start with Chris? Please introduce Shopee.
Thanks, Mark. I think Shopee, we are a C2C marketplace with a mobile-first strategy. We started last year. Actually, we are quite new to the market. We started June, July last year across South Asia and Taiwan market. We've been growing quite fast in the past few months, where we see there's a huge demand for our growth. And I also believe that most of our growth comes from taking a new market rather than taking a market share from the existing players, where I think it's a good indicator of the size of the market and the growth speed of the market.
So tell us a little bit about Shopee's model. You're consumer to consumer, right?
Yes.
How does it work?
I think ultimately there's no difference between what we call B2C, C2C, or B2B2C. I think it's just a term we use to differentiate ourselves a little bit. I think ultimately what we try to do is to get the product to the seller as quick, as easy as possible. I think the reason we chose the structure as we run right now is, if you look at the market at this stage and in South Asia and also Taiwan market, we think this is the most scalable way and also the most capital efficient way to grow the business and to serve our customer the best. If you look at the different model, I think the good thing with B2C is have more control on the end-to-end value chain. It depends on what you want to do. You want to control the product, you want to control the creations, you control the procurement, you want to control the deliveries, etc. In our model, we believe that what is missing in this market right now is the product selections and the customer service. And that's quite unique between South Asia and versus the developed market. In South Asia, I think the people first want to find the cheapest product and the available product as early as possible, as quick as possible. And on top of that, South Asia is a very customer service heavy retail environment where people actually want to talk to someone to understand a bit more about the products before they make a purchase. How do we make the products available, easy and quick and scalable, plus that the customer who want to buy products can also interact with someone to understand more about the products, ideally the sellers. And that's a problem we have to solve. And the other problem, for example, delivery, payment, and everything else, I think it'll be good if we can solve it, but I think that will come as a second step in giving the focus of the market right now.
Thank you. Fajrin, tell us about Bukalapak. Have I pronounced that correctly?
Yeah.
Just about.
Yeah, you're right. So Bukalapak is a horizontal marketplace. We have been around for 4 years. And then I think even though we primarily started from small business focus, now we have a lot of merchants, I think as Chris mentioned, it becomes blur between the B2C, C2C, B2B2C. What matters is that we are trying to become a platform which is an open marketplace, enabling sellers to sell their things, to sell their goods in our platform for buyers to buy. And now I think we have close to 1 million sellers in our platform. And I'd say this is the biggest in Asia and in Southeast Asia as well in terms of the number of merchants in the platform.
How long have you been going?
I think we were incorporated in 2011. We started developing a payment system in 2012, so we have been around for 4 or 5 years.
And I mean, do you hold any stock, or is it entirely C2C?
No, it's a searchlight. So we build a platform, especially on the payment side, payment system, and then the seller will send the goods from their store to the buyers.
Paul, tell us more about e-commerce.
E-commerce is an end-to-end e-commerce solutions provider. So, we basically enable brands, retailers, manufacturers to really go online and do e-commerce. So we do everything from marketing, customer service, web development, all the way down to actually even delivery. But we do work with different providers along the value chain. So we have about 1,100 staff across 4 markets: Singapore, Thailand, Indonesia, and Philippines. And we're looking to expand in Malaysia and Vietnam this year.
And what kind of firms are you working with? Who are you helping?
So we help, everything from basically local retailers like Matahari Mall, MAP in Indonesia, for interesting startups like manufacturing to consumer startups like Sales Stock, Indonesia, which is significant, huge growth, and also brands like L'Oreal, Philips, now Uniqlo. So quite a diverse, base, and really, e-commerce is so complex in Southeast Asia. Every market is so different, and most of these brands and manufacturers, they don't want to work with so many different providers and in so many different markets. And we tend to be, one of the, regional solutions providers that can provide them very easy access to the region.
Do you have any brands of your own?
No, we don't. In fact, for us, we really look at, as we're kind of in the market, providing this, I would hate to say BPO type of services. You look at what kind of products do we build, what kind of, platforms do we build, and really for us, there's 2 core platforms that we are building, which is what we call a multi-channel retailing platform, so allowing you to integrate with all the marketplaces, mobile apps such as Line and Facebook and etc. So, multi-channel management is very key for driving sales on the top end of the funnel. And at the bottom end of the demand fulfillment side, which is we aggregate and work with basically all the 3PL providers, what we call multi-shipping. So whether it's getting delivered COD, picking up at lockers or kiosk or pickup stations. So we also have that platform we call Smart Ship, allowing you to aggregate all the at the bottom of the funnel.
Great. Alexis, tell us about Sephora and how you wound up there.
Yeah, so I founded Luxola 5 years ago in 2011. The aim was always extremely simple, which was to be the #1 e-commerce destination for beauty across Southeast Asia. So we started initially here in Singapore in 2011 and started slowly expanding across the region, ultimately covering 11 countries across Southeast Asia, including Australia and New Zealand. And then last year, very much in line with our vision, we started to get to know Sephora, which is obviously the #1, beauty retailer in the world under LVMH. And we found that, our priorities were really aligned, which was to be able to bring, the best of beauty to women and to men across Southeast Asia, some in countries where they already have brick and mortar presence, and others where, for the first time, they're trying a digital first entry. So us as Sephora representing the brand from a digital only perspective in places like New Zealand, Philippines, Hong Kong, where they've yet to actually put any brick and mortar retail.
Thank you very much. One of the questions which entrepreneurs and many investors have when they come to this region is, where exactly do you start? And frankly, as a journalist, I have that problem myself. We view Southeast Asia as this monolith, and you don't have to be here for very long before you'll realize that it's 10, well, some would say 12 very different countries. So I'm interested in the process of how you went about picking where you were going to focus and why you started where you started and where you see the most exciting opportunities in future. Chris, you had something to say about this. How do you even start expanding from one country into 12?
I think for us, first of all, South Asia, Taiwan, our core market, and that's the market we are only focusing on. And within the market, I think we believe, if you look at the size of the market, clearly there are several markets that are bigger than the others. I think ultimately, even the bigger market will evolve into a very different model comparing with the smaller market. If you take Indonesia or Taiwan or Thailand as example, clearly they are bigger than the market like Singapore or Malaysia. And the economy itself have enough sort of what we call buyers and sellers in the market to generate within the market. And also the language has sort of more, it's standard market itself. Like for example, English is harder to be read in Thailand or Indonesia versus in Malaysia or Singapore. I think rather than sort of talking about which market we start with, I think the way we see it is more, this is the market we want to compete, and how do we compete in this market, and what's the form of the models of the business we need to look at, and which kind of business we need to build, what are the key problems in this market we need to solve to grow the business to next levels. I think that's the way we think about it. And the difference could be that in Indonesia, the difference, the key is to get more sellers online, to get more. There are so many sellers already in the ecosystem that who want to be entrepreneur, who want to actually do business, who want to grow their business. What we need to do is to help them find a way to find their buyers. In countries like Singapore, naturally there are much fewer sellers in the market, given the size of the market. Maybe the way to solve the problem is to look at, can we get the overseas seller to sell to Singapore much easier, much quicker, much simpler way? And how do we solve the sort of logistic issues if we sell from overseas to Singapore market?
Which markets have you been winning in?
I think we're very big in Taiwan, we're very big in Indonesia, we're very big in Thailand and Vietnam. That's a 4 market that we are a lot bigger at this point in time. And fortunately, they are the bigger market in the spectrum of South Asia and Taiwan that where we compete in.
Is there anything you've done that's made it easier to win in those 4 markets? Do they have any commonalities that?
I think there are commonalities, but also, actually, each market is very different. I think some of the panelists mentioned in the previous panel as well. If you look at Taiwan market, it's a fairly mature e-commerce market, and people have been playing there for quite a long time. Then the key to solve Taiwan market is how do we enable the users, which is both buyers and sellers, to interact on mobile phones much easier, much simpler than before. Taiwan is a very heavy social market where LINE is well used by almost everybody, like WhatsApp in Singapore or WeChat in China. And how do we enable people who are used to talk online with Messenger to buy and sell easily? Yeah. And that's the user experience we need to build around our system to make that happen. And if you look at Thailand, it's a very different example. Thailand is a very Instagram market for the younger women segment, especially. If you look at Thailand or even in Indonesia, to some extent, the largest e-commerce platform is not like people like us. It's the largest e-commerce platform. I mean, not particular e-commerce, but a place for people to trade is Instagram and Facebook. If people are used to it already, and how do we professionalize the buying and selling for the people who are used to Instagram or Facebook platform before? And that's a challenge we need to solve, and that's the thing we need to think very hard on optimizing our products, optimizing our end-to-end user experience. If you look at Indonesia, it's a mix between Instagram and Facebook, and also existing players like Bukalapak or Tokopedia has been there for a while. So it's a mix of, they are all different type of people who are used to different systems. And for us, we think very hard on which segment of the the user we want to capture, and what's the experience before, and how do we bring them onto a new platform and help them to improve the experience. I think that's the key when we look at it market by market.
Fajrin, you're primarily based in Indonesia?
Yes.
Primarily focused on Indonesian consumers? I mean, to what extent have you expanded or been interested in expanding beyond that market, or is it easily big enough to satisfy you?
Right. So I guess it's good for entrepreneurs to start a business in the market that they are most familiar with. And in the case, we Indonesians, we grew in Indonesia, studied in Indonesia. So when we started doing the business, it's natural for us to start in Indonesia. And right now, our focus is still more into growing horizontally, adding more services to the platform. Like, for example, when we first started 2011, we were a classified back then. We quickly shifted into a marketplace because we saw the trend of people are in the needs of secure platform, secure payment system. So we developed a marketplace in 2012. And in 2014, all this hassle in doing payment in Indonesia, then we developed our own payment system, basically a wallet where people can use for top up and then use that for buying Bukalapak. And it has been quite popular. Almost 10 to 20% of our transactions are actually now using our wallet. In the future, potentially, we can also go, being marketplace, we can go to other complementing factors like logistic or other services. So that's how we feel right now. We just feel that Indonesia it's about 1% of online compared to offline. The upside is still very, very big relative to the efforts that we need to do compared to if we, for example, want to expand in other neighboring countries. But if you ask me like what's going to happen like 5-10 years from now, anything can happen. But for now, our focus is still in Indonesia.
Now, I went to Indonesia last year to meet Lazada, and when I was looking into the market there, the industry was very firmly shaped by government policy in that there were bans on foreign investors in certain parts of the e-commerce industry. To what extent do those bans still exist, as far as you know, and has that been an advantage for you, insulated you from competition?
Well, I guess the government, especially since the new President Jokowi took position, has taken quite a good position in supporting the industry. We have a lot of discussion with, for example, the ICT Minister Rudiantara and other, like the head of Indonesian Creative Agency, Mr. Triawan Munaf. They both show support to the industry. Like, I guess, for example, they are in the process of already finished in basically opening this e-commerce sector to the foreign investors. So, and what we can say is basically we support that because I guess as capital brings more good than bad in my point of view. I mean, even Bukalapak already got investment from not just local investors but also foreign investors so far.
Paul, how much of your business is about Thailand and how much of it is stretching into places like Indonesia?
So, just this quarter alone, Indonesia has already passed Thailand, even though we started Thailand 6 months earlier. So just from the sheer size of the market, the opportunity is definitely there. The reason why we always, built businesses in Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, was very difficult markets. And for us, the more difficult the market, the more value you can create. In not just the short term, but even the long term. So our business model is fairly unique in that how brands, retailers are entering these local markets, very difficult for them to enter these markets. And so again, from our partner side, it's difficult for them to enter. We're there and we're established. We become the viable, the partner for them to expand. So, whatever difficulty is, for example, even last mile COD in Indonesia and Philippines, which is much more difficult than the other markets, we're basically down, in there building and solving these difficult problems.
Alexis, where are you making most of your money? I'm going to guess Singapore, but maybe I'm wrong.
You are wrong. So we're in 8 markets across the region. I think Australia we can discount because it's a very mature market, but obviously very good for us. But really we've seen and I think for us, you have to take into account that we're probably addressing a slightly different consumer than some of the rest of the panel. We deal in average order values that are well above $100 across every market in the region. We still have a customer that is transacting primarily on desktop versus mobile, which I think tells you a lot about the value of our customer. So I think, when we talk about the value of customers in Southeast Asia, mobile is certainly important, but I think, we have to remember who it is that we're going after. So for us, slightly higher end consumer, not a discount consumer, somebody who's looking for authenticity, who's looking for, sort of selection. So for us, we've seen tremendous growth in that segment in the Philippines so far this year. Thailand, incredibly well for us this year, and Malaysia and Indonesia continuing to grow. But Thailand and Philippines have really been standouts so far for us this year.
Are you a straight business to consumer firm?
Yes, yeah, straight business consumer. We hold inventory, own our warehouses. Some cases do last mile, but usually use a partner for that.
I mean, how straightforward a decision was that for you? Was there any umming and ahhing?
Yeah. At the time in 2011, it was a pretty straightforward decision because there wasn't an e-commerce yet. There wasn't, the sort of breadth of partners that I think now as an e-commerce company you have in the ecosystem, which is fantastic. If I could go back and do it again today and not have to set up everything from A all the way to Z myself, I would. But at the same time, that ability for us, particularly playing in a slightly higher end business, not one where price was going to be our competitive advantage, having the control over the consumer experience, over the last mile, over the customer service, was actually probably at the time a tremendous advantage.
What are the biggest challenges that you've faced? Let's start with you, Alexis. What's been a constant bugbear?
I think the complexity of the region. We, again, because we're after a slightly different group of e-commerce consumers, there's not enough of them today in any one country, so we had to expand actually quite quickly compared to other, I think, more B2B or more price-sensitive e-commerce companies. So also then on top of that being in a business that is pretty regulated, beauty products are not easy to import, let's say, and tremendous different set of rules in each country. So I think understanding the regulation, understanding the evolving regulation, both for e-commerce and for my specific vertical in beauty has been challenging. Payments, last mile, all of those things, but on the plus side, they've all been evolving positively. So, I think while they're pain points, the options for solving them just get better every year. So,
how do you go about marketing to people in so many different countries, across so many different borders?
Yeah.
Is it easy to find a couple of platforms you can hit most people with? Is Facebook the go-to, or Google? Dare I say Facebook?
Well, in this room, I'm going to say Google, obviously, by far our best partner in the region. But yeah, I think, look, I think you have to understand what does well from a consumer acquisition perspective, depending on what phase of the life cycle that consumer is in, right? So Google, and its various products work very well for us in scenarios of second and third time repeat customers, whereas, if we want to do a big grab of first time customers, we might do an Instagram marquee, right? So I think understanding the landscape of advertising and then matching that to the flow of consumer is probably a good idea in terms of sorting that out. And then I think there is a little bit of undervalued on really helping consumers understand your brand via digital advertising in various markets. So who is your brand? What does it stand for? And what does it stand for the consumer in that market across all platforms is a sort of consistent push and message that we often try to make.
Paul, everybody complains about last mile, about delivery. Everybody complains about payments. How have you guys at e-commerce gone about fixing these problems for your clients?
Well, it's really actually difficult because, we actually have to work with partners. So when you look at our fundamental model, for us, we're like a B2B2C. We're helping the business connect to the consumer. And some of these consumers are unbanked, even unconnected, right? So how do you get them to that? And, for us, our vision is of being kind of the OS for commerce, both online and offline. You're trying to basically collect every product SKU that is sitting in a warehouse and connect that to every data or to every consumer data. And in order to do that, we can't do it all ourselves. So we have to basically work with multiple retail partners all along with multiple different 3PLs and service providers. The problem we have with the 3PLs in Indonesia or in the Philippines is they're also not tech enabled. So to API, to get the status updates, the biggest challenge is, where is my order during what part of the value chain? And these guys have to really, get, caught up with technology, because in order to be able to deliver and, give the status updates to the end consumer, it's incredibly painful, when they're sitting there, your customer service call center, is blowing up because, these guys are not getting the transparency of where their order is. And so, we're not trying to go and build the last mile. We're not trying to be the DHLs and whatnot. Rather, in the capital cities like Jakarta, Manila, Bangkok, we've had to build partially our own delivery fleet to be able to do COD. So when you think of COD, it's a combination of payments and last mile in one. So you're solving that problem. But the problem is when, these guys are coming back, our fulfillment center, we have, 9 of them across the region, and some of them are holding, $200,000, right, in cash. And you're going, holy crap, like this isn't, obviously that was a year and a half ago, we found a way to solve that problem. But these are real challenges where even the 3PLs, the J&Es, First Logistics, To Go, all these last mile providers, they're having these same similar challenges and problems of dealing with COD.
And how many transactions are cash on delivery, roughly, do you think? Is the majority?
It again depends on the market, but let's say 60 to 70%. And the reason why it's lower in other markets, let's say in Indonesia, is because COD is actually that bad. So they have no other option but to use bank transfers. And who wants to do bank transfers? Because bank transfers or OTC or over-the-counter payments, right? You're looking at 50% plus cancellation because they're making, purchasing behavior twice, right? They buy online, then have to go and transfer the ATM or pay over the counter. So, obviously we see that, that's not a great form of payment, but COD has also, in some ways, I would say, decreased the returns. When you look at some of the other markets, the more mature markets, you're looking at 30, 40%, even up to 50% returns. But in COD, where the customer gets to see the product first and doesn't have to, and then pays, right? That's a natural consumer behavior. Let me see what I'm getting, and then I'll pay you. But when you pay for credit, you pay a credit card, right? And then they have to sit there and wait. Already at very poor logistics or a last mile, they're already getting kind of annoyed that they're not getting the product. And then when they don't get the product or it's a different color, it's even a bad experience. So I really think that COD is, it's now a new form of retailing, I would say, and I think it's going to be still a big chunk, no matter how much, let's say, payments pick up. I think for the next 5 to 10 years, COD will still be fairly dominant, just because people get to see an actual product before they actually hand over the cash.
Well, a question for you or for anybody who wants to answer it. Yeah, to what extent? A lot of people are hoping, I think, that these things that make retailing here slightly difficult and slightly complicated, things like cash on delivery, are stages that the market is passing through, and that eventually Southeast Asia will end up much like an American e-commerce market. Now, is that true, or do you think these are, dug-in traditions now that people appreciate the...
I just look at the consumer behavior, in terms of, you look at the returns, the kind of customer satisfaction of COD, and so. But we do see that after they do a few orders of COD and they're becoming a mature consumer, they actually start to switch to credit card, right? So we see some switching to credit card, but we even see some that are just, instead of cash, they're actually doing, basically CSOD or card swipe on delivery. So, basically they're doing credit card on delivery as well. So, there's different, obviously, I would say for Thailand, that's more on the card swipe on delivery. I would say in Indonesia, it's still bank transfer and COD.
Just an anecdote to that, like Singapore for us still has a very high rate of COD, and Singapore is probably one of the most credit card penetrated markets in the world, right? So I do think there is sort of consumer behavior there that if you want to be in e-commerce, you should think about accepting and maybe think about adapting because that's how your customer wants to shop.
Even here. Chris, Fajrin, how far are you struggling under these same problems, and how far are the challenges that you're facing completely different?
Yeah, I guess as mentioned by Paul, that Indonesia is now credit card is very low, like over 5% of penetration. So people are mainly doing a bank transfer and COD. And the reason why there is a high cancellation rate is because of that. So 50%, some say 70%. So anyway, it's more than half the transaction actually is not being paid, right? You check out in the system, then you don't pay. So it's become hassle. So we're actually doing a lot of things from the industry perspective. Also talking with other players like banks to overcome this because it's within their interest as well to basically enable more transaction, right?
I think for us, the way I see it is ultimately, I think, it's irrelevant to talk about whether COD will be there or not. I think in some market it will be there, some market will disappear. If you compare with some of the more mature market, even nearby, Taiwan has been running e-commerce for even longer than China. COD is still a large part of the delivery method, actually. It's just part of the user habit. But the core difference is if you compare between Taiwan and Indonesia, where both of the market are doing a lot of COD still, is the cancellation rate in Taiwan is much, much lower than the cancellation rate in Taiwan. I think, why is that? Because one, the buyer getting more used to what e-commerce is and what they're buying. The expectation is more aligned with what we're getting. Second, the seller become much smarter on differentiating who is the person who can potentially cancel or not. We wrote out a feature yesterday in Taiwan where we enable the seller to see what's the transaction history, not like one by one, but as aggregate levels, the credibility level of a buyer. There are, let's say, 2-3% buyers who are sort of canceling a lot often than others in this market. We want the seller to know, and the seller can differentiate. And it can reduce the COD rate, cancellation rate for COD a lot as time goes. I think even it's lower. But in Indonesia, something similar that we are doing, where what we want to do is we don't want to eliminate. If that's the choice of the users, we have to go with it. You don't fight with the flow. You have to go with the current, essentially. But what we want to do is want to make sure that this build into a positive cycle for both buyer and sellers, rather than building to a negative cycle for buyer and sellers. And how to solve that issue is the platform like us will have to think about.
How do you all see the competitive landscape changing in the next couple of years? We've already seen some big players come in with a fair amount of cash. I'm interested in how much threat you see from guys like Facebook or, frankly, guys like Google. To what extent are those big firms, or indeed Amazon or eBay, going to be players in this market over the next couple of years?
I mean, when you, the way we look at the market is that, Southeast Asia is kind of like the last in line of the evolution from US, Europe, China, India. So already you're looking at established global players with clients and brands wanting to expand into Southeast Asia, and how do you defend against that? You have everything from DHL in Thailand now, allocating $32 million for the next 2 years to undercut everybody in the market in the last mile space, right? And you're gonna see that in every single country, right? And then you see companies like, say Amazon, right? That the way they look at it, or Alibaba, I think that they already have existing clients and brands as well as consumer base coming into the market, right? So to be in Southeast Asia, to compete at the global level, you have to figure out obviously how to really localize and defend and build your kind of fundamental, your moat strategies within each of the markets. And so it's very challenging because you have to accept the fact that you have these established platforms and global players coming down the pipe. I think unlike US market, Amazon has like 50% of product search, where I would say Google here has over 90% plus. So Google and Facebook, I would say, is probably, once you see them start to develop the buy buttons, start to create the payment platforms, to go all the way down the food chain, we look at like content, advertising, commerce, and logistics, and when you look at that funnel, right, I would say Google and Facebook are the best positioned in there because 70–80% of the traffic is coming from them, right? And so that's why I would say that, a lot of people say Amazon and, Alibaba. I would say, Google and Facebook out here because they command the lion's share of the eyeballs.
Unless anyone has anything to add, I'd like to talk about exits. Alexis, you found one.
Yeah.
A big struggle, a hard challenge?
I mean, look, I think we all know that they haven't been super common, and it's not, the easiest thing to find. I didn't start the business with that being, the plan of what would happen. But I think that in e-commerce here, and particularly slightly more niche e-commerce, right? I mean, in some ways, I'm really incredibly fortunate and lucky that I'm not Lazada or Alibaba's, or I'm not in that category, right? And so my business model and the reach that we had built and the expertise that we had built were a really fantastic match for a great global company that recognized that they wanted to take advantage of the growth in Southeast Asia on e-commerce, right? So it was like many things in life, sort of the right time and the right place and the right economics to make it, to make it work for everybody. So I think, if you're asking me, is it hard and what's the advice? I mean, I think just, be open to different avenues as your company grows and as you build, because, I certainly want to see this ecosystem be having, $1 billion, $2 billion exits, but we need to build a series of other things, below that to get to the point where there's enough founders who have been through big, company experiences, so that we can reach that next stage.
Chris, Fajrin, what's the long-term strategy?
Well, I agree with the previous session saying that we're not even somewhere yet. So if you look at Indonesia, for example, it seems big, the e-commerce market, but if you look at the number of people who have done e-commerce, who have buy online, it's actually only about 5 to 10 million, which is about less than 5% of population. So it's still very, very early. So for us, it's still, we still love the journey. We're mainly looking for the potential investors or strategic partners that can bring us to even greater size at the future at the moment.
Yeah, I think for us, we're lucky to be part of a group, part of the Gartner group where we have a game business as well, plus an e-commerce business and other payment and social business. And at this point in time, we focus on the growth of the business on each of the side. I think IPO together with the group, or we can potentially look at other options are open on the table.
Paul, where are you going?
I mean, there's a lot of problems to solve. So exciting to keep going, to really go big. So for us, I mean, I think that it also depends on the competitive landscape. So every board meeting we have, we're sitting there analyzing, what position we are in, what's the opportunities for us to grab, the trade-offs. But I think that when you are, let's say, number one in the market, right, to sell early, is, you're not, to do a trade sale early, you're not really capturing the full value. I think if you're number one, obviously the path to IPO, building business in, a bigger business is key. But as the landscape gets more competitive and you start to see where, let's say consolidation makes sense, right? Then, you look at a trade sale or a merger, right? But, if you think you have a number one position, I think that, to build a brand, to build the value of your stock that allow you to basically go and be the guys doing the consolidation, rolling everybody up, right? That's, I think, everyone's ambition, right? But obviously, it's how fast the market moves and the landscape changes. You're either the one that's consolidating or being consolidated. So again, it really depends on how big and fast you grow, and I think that just varies as time progresses.
Alas, that's all we have time for. Thank you very much to our panelists. I'm sorry we don't have time for questions, but I hope you won't hesitate to pounce on our panelists over lunch or at the later coffee breaks to ask them more about what we've discussed. Thank you to everybody, and unless I'm much mistaken, the next stop is lunch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. We will be having lunch outside and need you back in here promptly to kick off again at 1:30. Thank you.
inside of you, baby. Now you know my name. I do realize what you meant, baby. Sexuality. I know you held me up. Never forget my name. We never sleep apart, baby. Dream of you, baby. inside of you, baby. Now you know my name. I do realize what you meant, baby. Sexuality. I know you help me up. Never forget my name. We never sleep apart, baby. It's sexuality. Dream of you, baby, like everyone does. To get inside you, baby, it's never enough. Hear me, darling. Hear me, baby. I get inside of you. It's sexuality. I do realize what you meant. Now you'll never forget my name. Baby, 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 baby. I do realize what you meant. Sexuality. Dream of you, like everyone does. To get inside of you, it's never, never, never enough. Hear me, darling. Baby, baby.
When it's time to pay. Information sheet.
To make the E sound, try to spread your lips and slightly lengthen the vowel. Sheet. Information sheet.
Information sheet.
When it's time to pay the bill, have you ever been
outside. I hope everybody had a great lunch. If you can make your way back into the main room, we will be commencing in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
something to fill up the house. I'm going to tweet that Joe Sign's going to be here. Joe Sign's going to be here. No, but you think...
I mean, just they're bringing them all in. Yeah. Back to start. Hi, we're back. Take hold of the second bit so you can come back. Welcome back, everybody, into the room. Can we shut the doors, please, at the back, so we don't have any of the noise from outside? Well, hope you've all had a great morning with us today, and truly inspired by the opportunities we've been discussing so far. What we're going to do now is pivot a little bit and go a bit more grassroots up. So one of the questions that someone asked earlier was around innovation. How do we actually drive innovation? Well, let's hear from some startups in a series of lightning rounds who are going to take you in 5 to 7 minutes through their business and what they're trying to do in the region. So I'm going to invite them all up, and then they can present in turn. So we'll have Vuvan from Elsa. Please come onto the stage. Please, come on. Let's have a clap for Vu. Joseph Poix from Pactor. Vinod Mayer from Money Smart. Suresh Shankar from Crayon Data. Iwan from Modelco. And Juan from Haravan. So welcome up on the stage. And Elsa is going to, we've heard a bit about you already, Elsa, today. So it's your opportunity to showcase your incredible translation service. Over to you.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you guys had an amazing lunch and not fallen into food coma yet. First of all, thank you so much to Google and Temasek for inviting us today and for putting together this amazing conference. My name is Vu Van, co-founder and CEO of Elsa. And before I share the company, let me just tell you a quick story about how I started this company. 7 years ago, I moved from Vietnam to the US to pursue my master in education and my MBA at Stanford University. And at the first job interview, instead of saying information sheet, I said information shit. I wasn't having any idea of what mistake I made on that day. And imagine the influence it has on your career. And in this, as you might know, I'm not alone. There are 1.5 billion English language learners out there who face the same kind of challenge. People who speak English with an accent are perceived to be 30% less trustworthy. Company loses 30% in their productivity because of miscommunication. And as a result, people who speak English confidently and fluently earn 40% more than those who don't speak English well. And this is a big problem and a big need to be solved. And Elsa is the solution. We built Elsa to be the first mobile app that can help you speak English fluently and confidently, and fix your pronunciation. I don't think the slide moves. There you go. And Elsa is built by the team of experts in language learning, education, linguistics, and voice recognition technology. And in particular, our CTO, Xavier Angura, is 15 years experience in voice recognition and has published hundreds of papers in this space and 10 different patents. And together, we built Elsa to be the world's smartest artificial intelligence to help you in pronunciation training. And in particular, people will speak to the mobile app. Elsa will then listen to you speak and pinpoint exactly the areas of which vowel, consonant you don't pronounce correctly. Do you have the right stress and intonation? And then give you that instant feedback on how you move your tongues and your lips differently so that you can fix your pronunciations. And all of these feedback are fully automated using our proprietary speech recognition technology built on deep learning algorithm. And let me just show you a quick demo of how it should work. So user speak the word information shit. And now we'll be giving
To make
feedback.
the E sound, try to spread your lips and slightly lengthen the vowel. Sheet. Information sheet.
Information sheet.
And now the user repeat, and they make it. And so that's a simple interaction activities that we do for different exercises that people come into the app. Southeast Asia is a big market for us, so we started out in Vietnam as a pilot test. About 10 weeks ago, we released our first beta version to the market on both iOS and Android. We were also competing at the South by Southwest competition in
in the US in March. That's where we actually released our beta version. And we had amazing feedback so far. Lots of people downloading, primarily just organically growing because people sharing the product. Our English teachers are really endorsing the product and sharing with their students. But what's more amazing is that we see a significant improvement in our users' performance in their pronunciation. If you look at the chart, within about 3 or 4 weeks of practicing on a daily basis, we see a 40% improvement in their pronunciation score. Of what they start, and we compare them with a native speaker. Imagine native speaker is 100%. Most of our users starting about 30 to 40%, and we see a big improvement in the pronunciation. Our vision is not so much about getting rid of your accent, because that's who you are, it's your identity. But what we want to do is through this practicing on a daily basis and iterations of your pronunciation training, we want to make sure that people can speak really fluently and be understood. Last year, there's about $63 billion has been spent on language learning alone all over the world. And this number continues to grow about 25% year on year for the next 5 years. What we want to do is to bring ELSA to everybody, whether you are a business executive, an ESL student, an immigrant, a kid, or somebody with speech disorder. We want to make sure that ELSA can listen to you and let your voice be heard clearly. And we are starting in Vietnam right now as beta testing. We're going to be moving to other countries in Southeast Asia, starting with Philippines and Indonesia before we branch out to India and other regions in the world. And now we have a big plan for this year. The product is currently a beta version, and this summer we're going to push out a bigger version that will be adaptive and tailored to your English level as you come to the product, so that we can provide you with a very personalized action plan of where you start and how far you're going to go. Hopefully that within a year or so of practicing, you will really significantly improve your pronunciation. And that is our vision, is so that everybody will have an equal chance to succeed professionally, socially, academically, as you go apply to study abroad, or if you want to get a good job in the future. So that's all about ELSA. I think we have about 1.5 minutes left, so just open up for questions for you guys if you have any 1 or 2 questions. Hi. Thank you, everybody.
Hello. Cool. Hey guys. How are you? I didn't have lunch yet, so you're definitely better off than me. But my name is Joseph. I am the co-founder and CEO of Pakto. Pakto means going on a date in Cantonese. I started the company in 2013 alongside my co-founders JS and Charlene. Now, I started the company in Chicago in March of 2013. I had just come out of a long-term relationship. That is a better way of saying that I got dumped by my girlfriend of 8 years. Well, it was difficult it's difficult being a single. It's even harder being a Chinese single, introverted, shy in Chicago. I tried that, and you know what I went through. So I retreated into the world of, technology-enabled dating, and I was a hit. Right? I tried over 60 different dating applications, paid almost all of them, and ROI was amazing. A date every single night. I got double booked sometimes. Right? And I was going to come back to Southeast Asia to be a consultant, and as you know, consultants make less money than most of the finance people at Temasek. We have a shittier life and no time to meet people, and so I decided, if I'm having such a great success in Chicago, and if I could build the same product back in Southeast Asia, then I could meet maybe more people and not be so sad at the end of month, every month, right? So that's what happened. And fast forward, it's been 3 years now. We have 7 million users in the region. We have 15 million connections monthly. We facilitate 150,000 actual physical meetups every month. One of those meetups was my meetup. I met my wife 2 years ago on Pakto. I got married a year ago. My first baby was delivered 2 months ago. So even if it's been quite a journey. We're fundraising, and I'm cleaning milk bottles at night. So it's quite exciting. All right, but so that's where we are now. In the last year, great things have happened also. It's been 100 times growth financially. We turned profitable in Southeast Asia. This market is huge. Whole market in China in Asia ex China is worth $3 billion a year. Dating services take up $1.5 billion of that, and Paktor will take up $250 million come 2018. Right? This trend will continue to grow, and this just represents how we validated this market. Now, the problem that we're trying to solve here is not actually connecting people. That's been done. Right? Every dating asset out there, there are 8,000 dating assets in the world. Every one of them, if you're any good, you're going to be able to connect somebody quickly, suitably, with little effort. The problem that we're trying to solve is actually how do you introduce your product, or how do you introduce when you turn newly single, how do you go into the market to find the right product for you? It's a maze out there. It's a forest. I tried out 60, and I thought I was insane, but there are 8,000 other products. Imagine how many products you have to go through to find the right one for you. Now, second problem is that because this market is so competitive, a lot of products don't optimize for users. Their incentives are not aligned. They try to make a lot of money out from you, and users are left hanging at shorthand of the stick. Last problem is that in addition to mobile products, half of the industry today is still traditional. Right? There are premium matchmaking events, so many different types of services that singles could use. Which one are you going to pick? Now, I posit to you that this problem that the dating industry faces today is not one that is unique. It is actually quite similar to the shampoo problem that I learned when I was in school. Right? Going to a supermarket, you can see 6 stacks of shelves of shampoo across 2 to 3 different aisles. Now, there's shampoo for anti-dandruff, there's shampoo for long hair, there's shampoo for scalp treatment, there's shampoo for restoration, there's so many different types of shampoo. Now, turn over the shampoo bottles, you see that the ingredients, the formulas are actually almost the same, and I bet you that most of them, more often than not, are going to be manufactured by P&G. Right? Now, what you have here is actually branding at its best. The way we solve this problem is actually not to reinvent the wheel. Right? The algorithms out there are amazing. It's not something that requires a deep thinking, deep learning, and all that stuff. Right? It's actually simple algorithms that we optimize. But the problem that we're trying to solve is how do you actually bring your product across to your user? How do your users pick your product and actually use your product effectively and efficiently, believe in the product? We are a people's business. If people believe in your product, they use your product as you design it, they're gonna get success on it. And so branding actually matters a lot in our business. The way you brand your product differentiates yourself from your competitors, differentiates yourself from other players in the space, and hence, as a result, helps users solve their problem. All right, so what we've done is actually built across an entire vertical of the dating business, from the mobile applications which we started off, right now to about 40% of our business, which comes from ancillary services, including premium matchmaking, travel for singles, events, curated experiences. You name it, you name a business or something that a single would buy, I probably have a business segment somewhere in my 7 countries that serves it. Now, Southeast Asia is an interesting place for us to be in because nobody's in it, right? If you look at the world's dating landscape, you see that Match.com, which owns Tinder, OkCupid, Match.com, Plenty of Fish, Pairs, Meetic, yada, yada, the list goes on. 70% of the world's assets belong to them. They're based in all English-speaking countries. And if you look at the Chinese incumbents, there are 5. Xijia Baihewang, Zhengyawang, Youyuanwang, and Momo. They're only in China. And then you look at Europe, there's only Badoo. And so if you look at all these different assets, you notice that none of the giants in this, internationally or globally are in Southeast Asia. Why? Because they don't understand the space. They see it's something that's huge, 600 million people there. I don't really know what to do with it. There's a lot of money flowing in and out, but can I actually get my money's worth there? 600 million people, 12 countries, multiple different languages, multiple different geographies, multiple different cultures. Within each culture, you have a plethora of much, much more than whatever I just said. Nobody understands this space. It's like a black hole. And that's where we gain. Because we've actually, smart, not too smart, we've actually spent the last 3 years breaking through this market, and we've gone through all the hurdles, built up a natural defense for us. So this market is interesting because we've managed to conquer it. We've built something that's valuable, and nobody can come in because there are natural barriers to entry. That's not to say that there aren't 2 to 3% of users who are using international products. Our product targets the locals, and we've done so over the last 3 years through a lot of trial and error. And Southeast Asia is an extremely exciting place to be in, for the dating industry especially, because it's so complicated. Well, I'm out of time, so that's that. I wanted to show a demo of the product, if I may. So this is what we started with, my mobile application. 1 second. Am I supposed to press something? Okay, good. All right, so we have this feature that's a B2B. We get to sell ad spaces on the app, on the application. So this is a video that was done by Temasek, I think 2 or 3 months ago, and we were featured in it because one of our investors is Vertex. So if you swipe, you get led to a page, our partners page. So this is the event that we're having here, right? But in itself, the application shows you profiles of people around you. You get to see taglines, details of the person, gifts, what have you not. We monetize through this thing here. It's a free product, it's subscription-based. You get to use, you pay us quite a bit, and then you get to use a lot of things, and it's cool, right? So that's why users pay us. All right, so if you like somebody, you swipe right. If you don't like somebody, you swipe left. And I mean, it's quite standard. This mechanism works really, really well. And if you match up with the users, you chat. So I don't actually chat with these people because I'm married, but who knows? So you can actually view people that have liked you or viewed you. And I mean, so this is the Singapore version, and each country we actually localize it according to the preferences of the locals. As I mentioned, Southeast Asia is a very complicated market, and we have to do what we can to customize our product for the local tastes. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Vinod. I'm the founder and CEO of Money Smart. The 3 main things to kind of rule the world, right? Sex, drugs, and money. I think Joseph has covered sex. I'll be covering money. I don't know which one of you is covering drugs. So I've only got 6 minutes here, so let me give you a quick introduction to Money Smart. So the opportunity is really, really big. I think personal finance and money cuts across all walks and all stages of life. But if you look at someone's life cycle, the ages of 25 to 35 is where you make 90% of your financial decisions. That's the point where you graduate from college, you get your first credit card, you upgrade your bank account, you buy a house, you start a family, you buy a car, maybe not so much in Singapore. But essentially, a lot of that decisions happen in this age. Now, if you look at someone's personal finance portfolio, there are 3 main categories of products. You have banking products, which comprise of bank accounts, mortgages, loans, credit cards. You've got insurance. Travel insurance is probably the most frequent product that most of you buy, but you also have car insurance, health insurance, life insurance, so on and so forth. And you've got investments, which is to grow your money. So our mission at Money Smart is to help consumers make smarter financial decisions in order to maximize their money. And we help consumers with intelligent products and tools that help them make smarter decisions, with great content and a community so that they can ask and have their questions answered. Now, particularly for products and tools, I think the easiest way to kind of understand what we do is we're sort of the Skyscanner for finance, right? So the same way Skyscanner helps you find, airlines and hotel rooms, Money Smart helps you find financial products in a similar fashion. In Singapore, we're the #1 online destination for personal finance. We see about 1 million sessions every month, about 700,000 uniques, which if considering that Singapore has about a population of 5 mil, that's about 15% of Singaporeans visiting our site every single month. So instead of talking about product comparison, which you guys can visit in your own time, I'd like to talk about our latest mobile app called Swipe. If this thing works. Okay. Now, we looked at the landscape, and what's quite interesting to understand about Singaporeans is that the average credit card holder has an average of 5 cards in their wallet. How many of you have more than 3 cards in your wallet? Can I see a show of hands, please? Fantastic. You'll love this. Okay, so most people have, the average consumer has 5 credit cards in their wallet. And the idea behind getting 5 cards in the first place is not really to maximize on borrowing from the bank. Most people get many cards because they think, oh, if I use this card at cold storage, I'll get more cash back. If I use this other card, I'm going to get more air miles. But the problem is there's a huge overlap in terms of benefits. And every month when you get your credit card bill, the bank sends you this brochure that nobody really reads, which tells you about all the deals that you can access on your card. Most people don't remember any of this, and they end up going to a restaurant and asking the waiter which credit card got a discount. So that's what Swipe aims to solve. Rather than taking you through a demo of the app, I have a short video to show, and I'll let that play.
When it's time to pay the bill, have you ever been unsure about which is the best credit card to pay with? Introducing Swipe by MoneySmart. Swipe helps you get the most out of your credit cards by aggregating deals and benefits from all your cards. Simply add the cards you own into Swipe and let the app show you all the deals and benefits you can get. Be it shopping, dining, entertainment, or petrol, with all the information at your fingertips, you can now swipe the right card at the right time. Swipe even shows you deals by location, so you know the best deals nearby, or can even plan where to go. These and many other features help you get more out of your credit cards. So before you pull out a credit card for your next payment, remember to use Swipe before you swipe. Swipe by MoneySmart. Download the app now, free from the App Store.
Great. So, this is just one of the ways that we're helping consumers maximize their money beyond, basic product comparison. And, as the company grows and we expand into more territories, we're going to be using, very localized products to try and tap into the market. Because ultimately, you get a credit card maybe once a year if you're lucky. But we want to be in the minds of consumers whenever they're making any financial decision. And this is our first foray into the mobile app space, and we think it's going to be a big hit with consumers. Ultimately, we want to help consumers worry less and live more. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Suresh. I'm the founder of Crayon Data. I'm going to present this from my mobile phone. I hope it works. Like with all technology, it may or may not. But the reason I'm out here and I'm the only gray-haired guy amongst these youngsters is that you all heard about this Forbes 30 under 30s, right? You ever heard of the 50 over 50s? So I'm one of the over 50 entrepreneurs out here. So I'm the only one. That's the only reason they call me, honestly. But let me talk. I'm also going to talk to you about a boring, not a fantastic consumer app like most of these people are building, but a boring B2B business that we are trying to build out of here. Could I get the phone on, please? Thank you. Now I got to figure out a way to make this work. Yep, there it goes. It's working. So what I'm going to talk to you about is a personal choice marketplace or a big data engine that Crayon's building for B2B analytics. And I'm going to start first with a problem. And I think in the morning when I heard Rajan and Rohit speak, I was like, great. I mean, there's going to be more of this problem of choice as we kind of go through it, right? I mean, we have more choice in every category than we possibly need, movies, books, shopping. And with all that e-commerce stuff that's going to happen, you're going to get even more choice. But here's the funny thing. All of you travel a lot, and I'm going to tell you a very familiar situation. We all land, go to the airport, take a flight to New York, and the misery of choosing starts. We go to the hotel room, we're tired, we want a meal, we say easy, pull out smartphone, type something into Google, get a million results, try and do something with that. You read the reviews, hundreds of conflicting opinions. I'm getting frustrated. Fire up Facebook, ask friends, 15 different passionate opinions, and then you pick up the phone and order room service. Any of you ever been in that situation because you have so much choice in your life that you want the easiest thing to do? And this is, I think, the big problem of the age as you're going to see it over the next few years, which is that as we have so much choice exploding in category after category, we're not going to want more, we're going to want less. Now, look at it from the point of view of the businesses that we serve. Billions of dollars is spent by every enterprise on loyalty, on CRM, on email marketing, SMS. Yet ask yourself as a consumer, what do you actually do with it? Have you ever looked at any notification, SMS, or email or thing that your bank has sent you in the last 10 years? Seriously? Honestly, anybody? So that really is the big problem. We're spending a huge amount of money targeting these guys, and you're completely wasting that business. And that partly happens because I think analytics is very fragmented. There are people who do behavior-based analytics, the people who do digital targeting, the people who do location-based marketing, social marketing, but the response rates are pathetic. They're under 0.1% in every one of these categories. And why do we think, what's missing in this whole thing? And we think a key ingredient that's missing is this idea of taste. And taste is a person's tendency to like something. It's, I like some things, and if I like those, I have a greater chance that I will actually buy those things. And what Crayon has tried to do is to patent this, an ingredient called taste and a recipe, which we call our choice equation, that your choice is a function mostly of your taste, but of the influences on you, the context in which you are, and your past behavior. So what do I mean by that is that we built this huge map of the world's tastes, where we mapped every restaurant, every hotel, every book, every movie, shopping, etc., and we've established deep taste-based affinities between each of them. So we know there are 3.9 million restaurants in the world. We know everything about them. And we know that if you like restaurant A, B, and C in Singapore, if you go to Timbuktu, I can tell you, out of all of those restaurants, which one you're most likely to like. And what we've also done is we've combined that into a cocktail of social, location, influence, location, behavior data. And we're saying out of that, you really want 3 or 4 choices that actually reflect your taste. Imagine how wonderful that would be if you were in that room in New York and you wanted to order Japanese food, and you actually figured out that there were 3 things that were in line with your taste and nearby. So that's really the engine that we've built at Crayon. Our first application of this, our product is called Maya. And our first application is something where we go to enterprise and say, we help the enterprise strike back. I can't do the Star Wars music, unfortunately. I'm not very good at that, but sorry. So what does that mean? We basically go and tell them, we're actually using this with credit card companies. And, we work with some fairly leading banks around the world. We work with Citi in the US, Emirates National Bank in Dubai, largest bank in the Middle East, DBS and Standard Chartered here, BDPN in Indonesia, HDFC in India. And we completely outperform traditional analytics. And the only numbers I want you to point out is that when banks work with us, they get 57% higher spends, 300% lift over natural take-up. And the global tier 1 bank and the offer activation rate of 4.6% is on email opening. And their previous activation rates were 0.1%. That's a 46 times better response that we're able to give them. So we're beginning to deliver huge results simply because we're telling, don't spam your customers, send them something that's based on their taste, and we help you do that. Beyond that, we try and enable a personalized digital interaction. Most of you get SMSs and email from your bank side. I mean, it's amazing how banks still send email and spend huge amounts of money on it, as if we all don't have enough email in your life. I mean, really? I mean, do we need to do this? But what we have done is we built out some apps that can do this. We've also started working in other verticals, hotels, airlines, e-commerce. Rajan, Rohit, I loved it. I mean, Southeast Asia is going to be big for us based on the 3 industries you talked about, because you're going to explode the choice, and I think more people are going to need this simplification. We work with Emirates. We work with the largest hotel company in London. We work with an e-commerce startup in Indonesia. And what we really do at the essence of it, and what I call the magic of Maya, is very simple, right? We take a few data points on the consumer, and we're trying to give them something like Google, but we're trying to give them not massive search results, but a personal taste fabric. A million things. I take the 3 restaurants you like, and I'll give you, for example, if all that the bank told me is that I like these 3 restaurants, Ristorante Amarane and Fratini La Trattoria, I can essentially rank order all the 3.9 million restaurants in the world based on that taste and tell them, this is what you're likely to like in any given context. So essentially, in some ways, what you're trying to do is to create a digital taste fingerprint. Think of it as an echo of your own taste. And what we're saying is everyone has taste, everyone has an echo, and we're trying to help banks find that echo of their customers. We're about 3.5 years old. I mean, and we're, basically we run a subscription model business with banks. We have paying clients. We have healthy revenue and a run rate. We have a strong global penetration. Most clients pay us $25,000, $50,000 a month, which is, if you look at it in the top decile of most SaaS companies worldwide. And we hope that that will make us a fairly big business by 2018. The numbers are going to go upwards after the morning's presentation, I think. I mean, luckily, No one from my investors is here. We also be building out new products, just like we talked about Maya Lifestyle. We're saying we'll build a Maya Audiences. In Lifestyle, you say, if you have a person, I'll find the taste. In Audiences, we're saying it's the exact reverse. If you tell me the taste of the people you want, I'll help you find those audiences. And we're also trying to build out a marketplace business where we're saying, we'll help people fulfill those choices. And I'm not going to bore you with that. I mean, me and my CEO, Vikram, are out here, and we can take any questions if you are interested in talking to, like I said, 50-year-old entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Iwan. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Modalku in Indonesia. The reason why Modalku started was because 3 years ago, I was sitting back then in my last life as a consultant in a major bank in Indonesia. And we were trying to figure out a way to help penetrate deeper into the SME financing segment. We did the largest ever survey that the financial industry ever did in Indonesia. And we found out that there's a lot of financing need required by SMEs in Indonesia, but there is no way yet for some of the banks to be able to tackle that. Even till today, the bank that I used to work with now is still unable to solve that problem. Switch gears to about a year later. I was sitting in China. I speak Chinese, and I still do. And I was sitting in the middle of a management meeting with a Fintech company, one of the largest today in China, that was providing SME loans to Chinese SMEs doing well. And I saw how a Fintech company that is not a bank is able to provide an amazing solution to provide the needs and serve the needs of SMEs in China. And that's how this whole entire story developed. So Modalku, which means my capital in Bahasa Indonesia, is essentially an online marketplace which connects creditworthy SME borrowers who require a loan but are unable to get it from a bank because they don't have collateral, they don't have a credit history, but they're not able to get it because we now provide this service to them. And we connect them to lenders like you and me to provide a loan to these SMEs. This concept, peer-to-peer lending or marketplace lending as we know of it today in the US, UK, and China has actually been around for about 10 years now. It started in the UK about 10 years ago with Zopa, and then it went to the US with Prosper, and then China became the largest success story in the last 8 years. Today, China is a $100 billion market as of today. Inspired by the success that these markets have had with this model, as well as the problem that they were trying to solve in these countries, Reynolds, Kelvin, and I decided to solve this problem together in Indonesia. So what is the main problem that we're trying to solve for? We realized that in Indonesia, SMEs typically don't have a home or don't have a collateral which they can use to get the loan. And banks require them so that they can get a loan from them. And at the same time, SMEs, they actually need a loan that is very short in tenure rather than a loan that is long in tenure. For example, let's say in 2 months from now, it's going to be Hari Raya or Lebaran, we call it in Indonesia. And you see your sales about to spike up in the next 2 months, what kind of loan do you need? Do you need a 2-year loan, which the bank can provide you, or do you need a short-term 2 to 6 month loan? And the answer is the short-term loan which they require. Likewise, equity as well as other kinds of fundraising is difficult to get as well as dangerous, and that is the main problem. And based on the research from Oliver Wyman, they have basically analyzed that this problem is worth $54 billion in Indonesia by 2020. On the lender side, where we are seeing a lot of interest so far in these products, we understand that there is a problem in that most products in Indonesia today are either low return. For example, fixed deposits gives you a 5% return, as well as they're too long in tenure. For example, if you invest in bonds or you invest in insurance, investment-linked products, these provide long tenure and uncertain returns for some of them. And as well, if you invest in equities, these are quite risky endeavors and are not difficult to maneuver. Hence, we see there is a problem on the SME side. They require a short-term unsecured loan, and the investor side, they require a new kind of product. And together, we have developed this, what is called the peer-to-peer lending product for SMEs, providing moderate to high returns for lenders in exchange for very small risk, and as well as a very good loan product for SMEs. As we can see here, we have developed a very practical product for SMEs here. So we have provided a semi-secured loan of up to 50,000 Singapore dollars with a loan tenure of 3 to 12 months, which are less burden for SMEs and able to pay back within a short period of time. A simple interest rate of 15 to 20% per annum as compared to the informal sector of lending, which provides a much higher rate of interest to these SMEs. We approve a loan in 4 days after all the documentation has been submitted to us and verified, and we can fund now within 1 second. Actually, our latest loan was funded in 1 second in Indonesia because there's so much interest from lenders to fund loans in SMEs. On the lender side, as with a minimum amount of just 10 million rupiah, just $1,000 Singapore dollars, you can start lending. And this creates an entire new lender pool or investor pool that's never showed up before in Indonesia to start investing in investment products. We're essentially creating a new asset class for them. And 3 to 12 months for them is a very short time. It's pretty liquid as compared to your long-term investment products. And the returns of 12 to 18% is very, very good for a loan kind of product with very minimal risk. Having said that, let me show you how our platform looks like before we close it off. This is the Modalku website, and I'm going to log in. Hopefully my password doesn't show up. Okay, you know what? I actually made a mistake here. It's funny because I changed my password this morning and I forgot it. Isn't that funny? And then is that so hilarious? What a lame thing to happen. But anyway, let me save some grace from the mistake. Let me show you some nice web pages here. Well, come on, give me some slack for that, right? So. Here we have in terms of the lender side, all you have to do is to click lending, and it brings you to the lending to the investing page, which this laptop is not helping me with as well. Okay, there you go. And all you have to do is to sign up here, and within 3 minutes you can become a lender on our platform. And you can start choosing the loans that you want to invest in on the platform. And as a borrower, we get borrowers in a few ways. Borrowers can apply for our loans on a website, and they can also get a loan from us through our partners that we work with. Hence, I think what we have today is quite a pretty exciting venture here. So happy to take any questions or happy to chat later as well. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, my name is Huang. I'm coming from Vietnam. This morning, the presenter from Mr. Rajan said that by 2025, the e-commerce market in South Asia is $88 billion, and Vietnam is $1 billion. In Vietnam, right now, on the street, you saw 1 million of small shops sell offline. And for the future, they must go online. For going online, they need something cheap, simple, easy for them to go online. And with that vision, in 2015, I'm the co-founder of this Haravan.com. Haravan is a cloud-based multi-channel sales platform for SME company in Vietnam, and we plan to go to the other South Asia country in 2018. For merchant, use our platform only $10 a month. They can open their website. They can connect to the social network. They can connect to sell on the marketplace. They can connect to the wholesaler to buy the product for sale. They can connect to the payment they can connect with the logistics provider, and they can connect with the developer through the API to develop in the software themselves or use the available software. We already connect with all the payment gateway in Vietnam, and we also connect with all the sales channel in Vietnam for the merchant ready to sell. So last year we organized a program for people who never sell online yet, and they start to use our platform for sell online. And within 9 months, we had 3,000 people use our platform for sell online. And this year, we plan to work together with Intel and Google to organize a program to attract around 10,000 small merchants or offline sellers to go online for sale. So there are a lot of people to compete on the B2C, sell from online or sell from offline to consumer. But in Vietnam, 1 year, $100 billion of product need to ship from the manufacturing or the brand go to the retailer. So Haravan is a member of when a merchant they grow up and they had an offline store, they had sell online, they connect with the Facebook, the company become bigger, so they need the enterprise platform. So we last few months we supply the enterprise service for Vinamilk, the biggest milk company in Vietnam, and another the face of a brand from Korea. So we supply for them all the processing. We supply for them the platform to build the e-commerce. We connect the inventory system with their warehouse, and we connect the processing order with the logistics provider for them. So for the brand or the manufacturer, so they need an enterprise platform for build up their e-commerce solution. So we had a Haravan Enterprise. So we also connected with the logistics, ZSN Enterprise. We supply the warehouse fulfillment, we supply inventory, we supply the last mile delivery. Right now, our last mile delivery per day, we ship around 18,000 parcels a day, and we cover on 98% of geography of Vietnam. And from the merchant side, we have ZSN to ship 18,000 parcels a day. We have Haravan right now, Haravan platform to help the merchant to build their online website, to process the order, to have a CM system, and to manage their sales channel. Within 1 year and a half launching, right now, Haravan, we have 5,000 merchants to use our platform for sale online. And we also have Kiosk, that is a pure software system for offline store, for grocery store. Right now, 8,000 of offline store in Vietnam using our software to manage their offline store, to manage their staff, to manage their inventory, to manage their revenue, and to manage their customer. So by the end of this year, we plan on our Kiosk 20,000 offline shops using our software. So for the restaurant or the coffee shop right now, for the iPod system, we have 3,000 coffee shops and restaurants using our software to manage. And we also had the AHA platform. It's similar to Grab or GoChat. So this is instant delivery. Right now, per day, we ship around 1,000 meals a day for restaurants inside Vietnam, in Saigon and Hanoi. So we had a manufacturing brand or distribution. We supply them enterprise solution. And we had a solution for retailer online or offline or restaurant. And we connect the supplier with the retailer and to supply B2B platform to connect and get commission on that. This is some screenshot inside Haravan platform that the merchant they can process their order. And this connected with the logistics company. They can connect it with the wholesaler, the supplier. And they can also sell from this processing order. They can sell processing order on Facebook. A lot of people buy on comment or messenger. So they can process order here too. So that might present any question on it. Thank you.
We've got some time for some questions, so thank you very much to our presenters. It's fantastic to get some insight into how you're tackling those local challenges. Are there any questions? Please stand up and say your name and direct that to.
This is a question for Suresh. You mentioned in terms of the products that you're serving customers. You mentioned the UK, in India, and other markets, and so on and so forth. I mean, as a startup based out of here, how are you reaching your customers? What's your go-to-market strategy? Because I guess it's relevant for a lot of people here in Southeast Asia who are trying to reach markets much beyond the nearby geographies.
So I think, my previous startup was also based in Singapore, also did analytics in the enterprise space. And one of the things about Southeast Asia I've observed as a market is that it is still fundamentally a face-to-face relationship-based selling process in the enterprise space, at least. I think you need to know people, you need to get onto planes and to go there. And I find that, there is no better way than actually knowing people who are in decision-making authorities. Somebody in your team needs to know those people. And so our market, go-to-market has always been very, very much about going out direct to customers and trying to sell. We're starting to work more with partners who see that this can be a probably useful product. But here is the funny learning that I have, right? Selling through a partner is sometimes more difficult than selling direct. Why? Because now I have to tell someone in the partner and I have to explain my product to him. And especially if you're talking about an innovative product, it's sometimes far easier for you to go and explain it to the client. IBM bought my last startup, and one of the things I spent in the first 3 months in IBM was trying to explain to IBMers what our product was about. And then it became stupid because, those guys wouldn't understand it no matter what you did. It's far easier for you to go and sell. So somewhere in the early stages of a B2B startup, I think you have to get on a flight and go out and meet these people. The difference, I think, between Southeast Asia and the US, for example, where we're selling, is that in the US, they don't care who you are. When you can walk into the thing, they'll say, yeah, you sent me the presentation, what it is that looking good as an idea? Is it proven? I will buy it. They really don't care about, your antecedents beyond a point. I think in Asia, they pretty much do still care, So for example, if he came and said, I worked in Oliver Wyman, I know the problem, I think people say, I appreciate that. In the US, I think they tend to look at the product that you're selling. The UK is very different again, because in the UK, I think it is still an old boys club in many ways. You really, really need to know somebody in that club. So each nation has its own peculiarities, I think, in selling.
Hi. A question actually for all of, between the 6 of you, you've got both B2C and B2B companies, right? And this morning we talked about some of the big challenges to building startups, from SEA, mostly for SEA, but I think a couple of you probably are going to focus outside as well. Can you talk about the 1 or 2 biggest challenges you've had, as you think about both what got you here, but then more importantly, what you're facing now in terms of building out your companies into very large businesses over the next several years? Maybe we can start with Wu from Elsa, and then we can kind of go across.
Yeah, so the biggest challenge for us right now as we go to other markets in Southeast Asia is that for our product to work well, it doesn't work offline yet. And I think Rajan this morning saying for the Hello English in India, 75% is still using offline. But for our product, because we use voice recognition technology, the product has to be sent, the audio has to be sent back to the server and then get back. So with the current connection that we have, even in Vietnam for the remote area, half of the time during that journey that the audio stream is getting sent to the server, it got cut off. And so our users don't get that feedback. This is when we do the product in the US and test it. It works really well. So that is the challenge that we are working on right now very intensely on how we can build some of the product offline, but also just working through that challenge. We wanted to go to Indonesia, but we also know the infrastructure in the Philippines. We also know that the internet connection is still an issue for us. So that's one of the bigger challenges that we're dealing with. And the second is, I think, similar to the conversation this morning, payment infrastructure is still a big pain point for us because most of our users are low income and they don't have credit cards penetration in Vietnam. And so how do we go about that with carrier billing, but also to other solutions that we have to do with prepaid cards and stuff like that?
So one of the problems we face is, if you look at the dating industry, if you do your job well, you're dead. If you don't do your job well, you're dead also, right? If you match users up, they leave. If you don't match users up, they leave as well. Right, so if you actually move that concept into Southeast Asia, over the last, I think in the first 2 years, we realized that this wasn't the best industry to be in. We managed to make it work in the last 6 to 12 months because we found a way to extend our users' life on the platform from just 6 months to years through ancillary services, events, and all that stuff. People stay single for quite some time, right? So if we can interact with those people through our multiple brands and multiple different services, we extend the lifetime of our user. Now, with ancillary services comes offline costs. Offline costs in a market like China is probably better than offline costs in a market like Southeast Asia. You need multiple sets of resources in every single country that you go into. A country that's 5 million is not going to have very much different resources than you need in a country that's 20 million or a country that's 200 million, right? You're going to need more spots in 200 million, in 250 million in Indonesia, but HQ functions are all, you have to duplicate these functions. And so the economics of each market may not then make sense. So the current challenge right now that we face is how do we optimize costs building one center supporting all these different countries while taking into account the different products that we're selling in different countries, different brands, different names. Paktor is called 7 different things in the 7 different countries we're in. Paktor Prime, Paktor Pro, Paktor whatever you know, right? And so that's actually the biggest challenge. We've increased our margins to make from say 20% to 40%. How do I bring it from 40 to 80? Taking into consideration I have to expand, I have a larger cost base now.
I think for us, it's you know, to some degree overlaps what Joseph mentioned. When you look at financial products, I mean, the frequency of transaction is actually not very high for any particular product, right? So how often do you get a new credit card? How often do you take a mortgage? You know, if we do our job right, you know, you come in, you find the product that's right for you, and then we don't see you at least for the next 4 years until it's time for you to consider, you know, refinancing your mortgage. So trying to be the top of mind brand is one of the challenges that we're trying to solve. And also, how do we integrate all these various products together to be more holistic when we look at a single user? Because any particular product may have infrequent transactions, but if you look at, you know, a particular a user's lifestyle, you know, at any one point of time, this month you may need travel insurance. The next month you're considering what products to invest in. So if you look at the lifetime value, it's actually quite significant. So that's been, you know, one of the biggest challenges that we're trying to resolve right now. I would say the second thing is really kind of localizing for your go-to-market strategy for each market in Southeast Asia. So for us, we believe in, you know, any market that we go into, we want to be number one in that market, as opposed to spreading our resources too thin by tackling, you know, 5, 10 different markets at the same time. So currently we're in Singapore and Indonesia, and, you know, Indonesia is a completely different ballgame altogether, right? I mean, hypothetically, you have the potential to reach 250 million people, but then when you really start deep diving into the numbers, you know, how many people have internet connection, how many people are banked, how many people need a credit card? I mean, the numbers are far smaller than the 250 million, you know, population size. That coupled with geographical issues, especially when you need to actually send a physical application form to the bank, becomes a huge burden because the banks are not digital yet, right? So they rely on these manual processes that require, you know, a courier guy to send. They require a wet signature on a credit card application form, and the application form is like 5 to 10 pages long, right? So it's insane. But that being said, you know, with the pace in which the market's growing, I think we'll see some explosive growth in the next couple of years.
So I think my biggest thing, Rajan, is that I think we are held to a higher standard here in Southeast Asia than anywhere else in the world. From investors, from clients, from every aspect of the business. Let me put it simply. If I said I was running a startup, we have a $500,000 run rate per month. We have 6 of the top banks in the world working for us, and we are burning $500,000. In the Valley, people would be willing to write you a big check and say, go for it, go and conquer the world. Here it is like 100,000 more questions on every line item of this stuff. People just will not back it because they don't believe that a Southeast Asian startup can just go out there and conquer the world. And they want to do it after it's successful, not when we are in the pain. And I'm saying this to every one of you who's an investor. We are in the pain of this business. We know what it is. I mean, a gentleman said this morning, I'm glad winter is here. God damn it, that is not right. I mean, we are struggling, we are sacrificing lives, and people are working. Why would we be happy that winter is here if we want this economy to grow? I mean, if we want startups here to go? We need to encourage these things, and I think we are held to a much higher standard than anywhere else in the world. And I think that is the biggest single mindset that blocks startups in Southeast Asia. So, and there it is, I said it.
And then, has anyone got anything else to add, or we'll wrap up this session? Anything else to add from the panel?
Sure, I'll say a couple of things. I think for funding, for us, Modelco, we started in Singapore as funding societies in June, and we launched in Indonesia as Modelco in Jan. And I think a lot of what Suresh said earlier about educating or just having conversations with the market is very important. The first risk that we saw, that was the biggest one, was how to work with the government, because you're a totally new company or a business model coming into a new market, right? And how would they, who used to regulate banks, perceive you as a player? And we launched in Jan, and so far it's been so good, but we hope it can continue going further in the future. We have had like 40 over meetings with the regulator in Indonesia. That means a lot of time taken away from the startup time. You need to operate the company, right? But it's a necessary cost required to do that. And I think till today we don't have a solution yet, but we're still getting there. I think we're trying to go there and be able to mitigate any risks of regulation or things like that. But so far so good. So yeah, that's the main thing that we're covering, and we hope to do better.
For us in Vietnam, hello. For us in Vietnam, very difficult to raise for the money. So within the first 1 to 2 years, we must make the company profitable, and then we can think something else. Otherwise, we die in the first 1 to 2 years. The second thing is for us is because we supply the service for the merchant. The merchant need money service. They need to be the website. They need to connect to the social network. They need to do advertising. They need to manage their offline store. They need to connect with the processing order with the logistics network. So we must connect, integrate the system together, and make it simple is the most challenging for us, for the user.
Well, please join me in thanking all of our entrepreneurs here.
Hey, thanks, guys.
For our next panel before the break, I'd like to introduce Newly Purnell, who is a journalist from the Wall Street Journal. Newly, welcome. You're not mic'd up. Welcome, Newly Purnell, onto the stage.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Yeah? Okay, great. My name is Newly Purnell. I cover technology here in Asia for the Wall Street Journal. I'd like to go ahead and invite up my panelists, if we're all mic'd up and ready. Yeah? Okay, good. Thumbs up. So first we have Warren Sung, Southeast Asia head of Uber. Warren, come on up. We have Ross Veach, Chief Executive of WeGo. And we have Patrick Grove, Chief Executive of Catcha Group. Steve Milhusic, CEO of Property Guru. And I think I just butchered his last name after just asking him how to pronounce it. But, and then we have JJ Chai, Vice President of International Growth at Carousel. Great. Okay, guys, let's start. The report out today talks a lot about the forecast growth in the internet economy in Southeast Asia, the growth in population. Talk to me a little bit about your individual companies and how you're planning to capitalize on that growth going forward in the years to come. You want to start with you, JJ?
Sure. So Carousel is a mobile classifieds marketplace. We allow people to buy with a chat and sell with a snap. We are in a couple of countries in Southeast Asia now. We're in Singapore, where it's our home market. We're in Malaysia, as well as in Indonesia. I think the growth here is quite straightforward for us. I think the penetration of smartphones, just overall increasing level of GDP will benefit an app like ours, where essentially we solve increasingly a first world problem, which is that like people have too much stuff these days, especially in countries where it's first world. And the app helps you live with less stuff, live with more meaningful stuff, and allows you to sell your things.
Okay. Steve?
Okay, so we, you hear me?
Try again?
Okay, it's working.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Property Guru runs the leading property websites in Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Thailand. We're used by 16 million people every month who are looking for their home. And essentially what we do is try to help them navigate the property market. If you think about the populations in the markets we're operating in, they're growing. They're urbanizing, and people are increasingly investing in property as their main asset class, domestically, but also increasingly cross-border as well. So Indonesians buying property in Singapore, Singaporeans buying property in Malaysia, etc. So you have this ongoing phenomenon, which is digitization and access to digital taking place. And so we see fast growth, and mobile is obviously playing a really key role in that growth. About 55% of all of our traffic now comes through mobile. We see the whole market growing, continue to grow, and a strong demand. And I guess we're trying to help people navigate the property market and try and make it less complex and easy to navigate.
Patrick?
Cool. Patrick Grove, founded a company called Catcha Group. Have been an internet entrepreneur in Southeast Asia since 1999. So for a very, very long period, before it was even cool or popular to be an internet entrepreneur, we've been doing this for quite a while. Catcha Group is very, very unique in that we specialize in investing and starting a number of online companies. We've got about 7 companies in our portfolio. Tend to be focused on marketplaces as a category. We are involved in a company called iProperty, a company called iCar, a company called Rev, and the last company that we most recently started is a company called iFlix, which is an Asian OTT service. Across the group, probably about 2,000 staff. Our companies have collectively raised about $400 to $500 million US over the last 5 years, and 3 public companies in the group. And that said, look, we're just really, really bullish on Southeast Asia as a region. And one of the things that we find absolutely phenomenal is really 2 key statistics. Number one is that Southeast Asia now has more mobile phone users than all of America. And why we find that really, really important is what that means is that you can now build a business in Southeast Asia bigger than any online business that's focusing on the US as its primary market. And what that means to us is that when you read about great big companies formed in America that are doing this and doing that and worth multi-billion dollars, you realize that they're primarily targeting a domestic US audience of about 210 million smartphones, whereas now in Southeast Asia, we now have a regional smartphone user base bigger than what you see in America. So as an entrepreneur and as a creator of companies, it means that if everyone on this stage does their job well and creates great companies, you're actually going to create companies eventually that have the potential to be bigger than the companies in America.
Okay, Ross?
I'm Ross Veach. I'm the CEO, co-founder of Wego. Actually, before Wego, I was out here setting up Yahoo, building verticals, competing with Patrick back in the 90s in the last boom. So Wego is an online travel marketplace. We're sort of search-driven experience. We're headquartered here in Singapore. Been running for 10 years now. So we care a lot about Southeast Asia, but we're also spending a lot of time and effort in the Middle East, North Africa, and India. And I think with regards the research this morning, I think the headline numbers are great. I think it's also important to look at addressable market, and that's, the definition is going to vary dramatically depending on exactly which category you're prosecuting. For online travel, we find that the key household income point at which people really start spending on travel is about $10,000 US. If you look across Southeast Asia today, there's a decent chunk of people in that category, but the overwhelming majority is still to enter that basket. So a lot of growth ahead in the next 10 years. As the percentage of people able to actually spend more freely on what is essentially a luxury item experience of travel. Mobile is a huge driver of that. We're about 70% mobile today across Southeast Asia. 50% on apps, another 25 on mobile web. I don't see that slowing down anytime soon.
Great. Warren?
Hi, my name is Warren Sang. I've been at Uber for about 2.5 years now. I started off as a launcher, building markets in Southeast Asia for Uber, and now I run our Singapore business. Currently, our footprint in this part of the world, in Southeast Asia, we're in about 6 countries, around 20 or so cities now. For us, this is definitely a big growth market that we're placing some big bets on, given that some of the more mature markets in the US are not only facing some heavy sort of competition and regulatory headwinds, but also because we have pretty high penetration in a lot of those more mature markets. So we're counting on this part of the world, in addition to China and India, obviously, to drive some of this growth. In terms of expansion, we've done most of the heavy lifting with setting up the big sort of capital cities in a lot of the countries in this part of the world. And as we've built the sort of infrastructure to run those countries, it's become much more economical to spread to the smaller cities as well. So that's definitely in our plans. And we still are, in some of these countries, looking for the perfect sort of product market fit. What we see work in the US and in Singapore, for instance, might not be the best form of getting around in places like Jakarta or Bangkok. So there are a lot of new products that we're testing out and rolling out, hopefully to capture more of this massive sort of opportunity. So I think we're just getting started and continuing to learn these markets and experiment with new products.
Great. I want to ask a bit about mobile. As we know, many millions of the people who will come online for the first time will be doing it on mobile devices. Warren, JJ, you guys are like mobile first. But what are the implications, Steve, for say when you're giving a product to someone? Do people want to book an apartment or buy something online on their mobile phone? Or Ross, do people necessarily want to buy flights on their phones? Tell us a little bit about how you're adapting to, obviously you're saying you're getting a lot of traffic already from mobile. What are the implications on the product side?
I guess the first thing is it's kind of counterintuitive to think that people will be buying a property on a mobile phone because it's such a small screen. Again, we were, I guess, initially a little bit concerned around the rise of mobile 2, 3, 4 years ago, what impact it was going to have on the core business. Was it going to cannibalize the users so people would actually start using mobiles instead of desktops? But actually, in reality, what's happened is that it's stretched the whole time when people search. So people start searching early in the morning on a mobile device, typically a smartphone, during the day, typically on a Monday, for example, is one of our peak times. In all the 4 markets we operate, Monday's our peak time. They're in the office, presumably. In the old days of reading a newspaper, you perhaps couldn't do that in the office. Nowadays, it looks like you're working, so you can get away with it, I guess. And then also, it goes right through into the evenings. So typically on the way home, on a smartphone device or on tablet, perhaps watching the TV. So we see a few things happening. So mobile stretches the start point, the end time, and also different usage behavior based on where they are. So for example, mobile devices are more heavily used on the weekends. Fixed devices or desktops are used more heavily during the week. And then you can see when people go to bed or when they stop looking at property. So in Singapore and Malaysia, bizarrely, it's between 8 to midnight. In Thailand and Indonesia, tend to go to bed a bit earlier, so it seems, and perhaps stop searching for probably around about 11 o'clock local time. But mobile plays a very, very important role for us, and what we see is conversions through the mobile device actually is probably slightly better than on a desktop, which presumably plays to the fact that perhaps on a mobile device you're really thinking about simplifying the process as much as possible. And it's all around, in our case, how do you help someone find the property they're looking for. So you really optimize the whole search process around that. I think one of the lessons we also learned, I think in the early days was, we were perhaps slightly over-engineering things on the mobile device. And so we thought, how do we cram as much as possible in, and how do we make it look as really, as nice as possible? But in reality, when you start going to some markets like Indonesia or like Thailand a few years ago, bandwidths are very, very narrow. The prevalence of latest smartphones is obviously less, and therefore adoption and usability is a little bit harder. So we'd kind of try to strike a balance now in terms of simplifying and compressing images and this kind of thing for mobile as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so in the online travel context, we find for more complicated itineraries, more complex, like if somebody's going to Europe for 3 weeks, that's a sort of shopping you tend to do on a desktop. But for more simple transactions, people are leaning more and more towards mobile devices. Across the travel industry, there's still issues with conversion rates on mobile devices. We see mobile conversion users converting out of Ouigo to one of our hundreds of partner sites at roughly 2/3 the rate they convert a desktop transaction. And that's up dramatically from what it was 2 years ago. And that's changing as a function of increasingly powerful phones, larger screens, faster networks, but also travel, airlines, hotel chains, and travel agents building better mobile booking experiences. From our point of view, web versus mobile apps. The mobile app users, we see much higher frequency of usage. It's about 3x versus web. ARPU per month, it's about 8x. And interestingly, across Southeast Asia, and this is true of the Middle East also, as opposed to the US. In the US, a lot of people are using mobile for last-minute transactions, lower value transactions. Across Southeast Asia and the Middle East, we're actually seeing the opposite. So people booking higher value on mobile apps, and actually booking just slightly further out, so booking windows slightly further out than on desktop.
And Patrick, what sort of trends do you see with iFlix? I would imagine if you're comparing iFlix to Netflix, people think of Netflix as being something you watch at home on broadband. Do you see a more use of iFlix on mobile than perhaps Netflix might?
Yeah, you've nailed it right on the head, and it's something that amazed us as, I guess I'm not the typical user, and what we've found is that, let's use Netflix as a starting point, sort of 2/3 of Netflix users are watching it on a big screen TV in the living room, 1/3 is everything else. What we found in our markets, our core markets being at the moment Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, we're seeing that complete flip, the complete reverse. So we're finding that 2/3 of our users are consuming iFlix on a mobile stroke portable device. And what we find absolutely amazing is that, the 2/3 part isn't amazing. What is more amazing is the amount of time that they're consuming on those devices. So in the Philippines, the average iFlix user, once they log into the app and press play, is watching video content through our app for 3 hours a day. That's mind-boggling. It makes you wonder, what were these people doing before iFlix existed? That's 3 hours a day. In Thailand, we're averaging 2 hours a day. In Malaysia, we're averaging 2 hours and 20 minutes a day. And these are statistics primarily from the mobile or the portable device. So it's the user consumption, the user engagement is absolutely phenomenal. And the statistics that Netflix is not seeing anywhere else in the world. And I think it really comes down to, it's not that we're a better product or anything like that. It's what I'm trying to say is that the preference for Southeast Asian users to use their mobile is significant and over-indexing other parts of the world.
Interesting. We've talked a bit about, in previous panels, the diversity of Southeast Asia and the fact that each markets are so differentiated. Warren, I wonder if there is a region of the world where you see a wider variety of Uber's offerings than in Southeast Asia. Can you tell us a little bit about how you go about offering different products for different regions and also how you deal with the challenges of that? Because I know, for example, you have the bike service, motorbike service in Bangkok, which I think may or may not be operational at this point.
Yeah.
But how do you deal with that? How do you offer something that's regionally specific but also deal with the regulatory issues?
Yeah, I think Jakarta is another example of us launching the motorbike product. Bangkok was the first sort of pilot test, but it just made a lot of sense in Jakarta. When we initially arrived there, the solution was immediately obvious. Anytime you get in a car, it's a 2-hour journey. It just made a lot of sense for us to evolve our black car service into a motorbike product, especially when that supply base is already there. Under every street corner, there's a bunch of them. I think some of the domestic, Uber clones sort of, grabbed onto that idea a little bit sooner than we did, with Gojek growing so fast. But I think with our platform, with our technology, we were able to sort of duplicate some of the successes of Gojek and sort of roll out that platform. And I think, when you have this platform of transport that can get, you a scooter or a car within 5 to 10 minutes, maybe a little bit longer in Jakarta. But once you have that platform in place, you can start doing a lot of different things with that, transport infrastructure. Courier services, food delivery services, those are all things that we can build onto as a platform. And, that is very, very much a city-specific or market-specific type of product and sort of strategy. Like the economics of delivering food via a car here in Singapore might not make much sense, given the COE prices and just the high costs of operations. For the economics for the driver, it just might not make that much sense. Here we're launching an Uber Eats product tomorrow. We have a bunch of scooters that we've onboarded to be that dedicated supply. So the model that we use in every single city is slightly different, just based on the economics of what's available for our supply base.
Yeah. And just to follow up on that, how do you approach this sort of negotiating the regulatory hurdles? For example, your main rival in Southeast Asia, Grab, makes no secret of the fact that they want to work with regulators, that they're homegrown, that they have relationships. Uber doesn't take that approach, it seems. You come in, you set up shop, you go about your business. How does your approach to the region differ, given that you're a global company?
Mm-hmm. I think traditionally that has been the case. We took the approach of sort of a Western sort of cowboy style, just like landing somewhere and kind of doing what we want. But I think we've learned that it kind of works in some places. It doesn't work so well in other places. A couple examples is like Korea and Japan. Like regulatory headwinds there are very strong, and we've been there for quite a while, but we haven't made massive strides in those markets as much as we've wanted to. And in certain parts down here, we are sort of taking a more humble approach as well. I think we are very, very interested in engaging with governments, and we have been. And we want to be regulated. I think that's sort of what everyone wants. And with Grab, both of us sort of take this approach of wanting to work with governments. Sometimes they might sit in the back seat and wait for us to sort of fire the first shot with regulators and sort of test out a new product and see how regulators tolerate it, accept it, or what they want to do with that going forward. Sort of the scooter incident in Bangkok is kind of one of those examples. And it's just an ongoing dialogue that we're happy to have with governments. It's nothing that we want to just continue doing it just the way we've done it everywhere else. We don't expect it to work everywhere.
Okay. I want to get onto some other topics as well, but JJ, tell us briefly about how Carousel's offerings differ in Southeast Asia, and are there different user behaviors you're seeing within the region?
Sure. I think one of the more unique things about Carousel as an app is that, like, unlike some of the peers here, is that, like, I actually got into the company and our stats show that the web traffic is increasing because we just launched a website about a few months back. So it's the other way around. It starts from zero and it's increasing. On the mobile side of things, and where we position as a mobile classifieds player, it's a pretty established business in general, like a mobile classifieds. So the players around the world, Shipstead and Naspers of the world have done this in the web days, right? What's particularly unique about Southeast Asia is that social commerce had existed even before Carousel. So people were selling on Instagram, hashtag Jual, hashtag UKIPH. People were actually trying to do commerce online through Facebook, through Instagram, and Carousel came in to solve that need. So we find that, like, this is a relatively easy thing because the need is there, and the business model in the future is also quite established as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I want to talk a bit about VC funding. One of the statistics from the report that really caught my eye was that although the combined GDP of ASEAN nations, Southeast Asia, is greater than India, that VC in Southeast Asia is only a fifth of what it is in India. And I guess you might say, well, that's because it's not all one country, as India is. Maybe more growth to come in new users. But what sort of trends are you seeing out there? What's holding investment back? Are there misconceptions? What's the problem in your eyes?
I think from my personal perspective, I think when a lot of the investment initially was driven, if you rewind about 7 or 8 years ago, a lot of the investment in Asia was driven into China. So Asia was China, and after China, maybe India. And so when we first started the business, I guess 8 years ago or so, we were surprised at the lack of competition. And it felt like, Southeast Asia was almost forgotten about. And it's only really been, I think, in the last sort of 2-3 plus years when investors have now really sort of stepped into the game in Southeast Asia. You've got big corporates investing very heavily, whether it's Google, whether it's Facebook, etc., Airbnb, Uber, etc., investing very heavily in the region. You've got VC starting to move into the region. You start to get some M&A activity taking place in the region. So suddenly Southeast Asia, I think, is on the radar screen. But it's probably 4 or 5 years behind what we saw in China and India plus. So I think it's starting from a lower point. But if you see what's happened in Singapore, for example, this whole startup scene 10 years ago was effectively non-existent. Now it's just a burgeoning market from a startup point of view. So I think the whole infrastructure and support, and I guess people now start to think about outside China and India. What does it mean? And then Southeast Asia is obviously the obvious place to start looking.
Yeah. Other thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, so 8 years ago when 8-9 years ago when we first started looking for capital, there was very few people with a Southeast Asian fund or a mandate to invest in Southeast Asia. That's changed completely. Today you've got people at all stages. But to your question though, Neely, if I remember correctly from that slide, the percentage of GDP going into venture in Southeast Asia wasn't hugely different from Europe. So maybe India and US are some sort of anomaly.
Yeah, likely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. To sort of follow up on the theme again from the report of growth in the internet economy and in populations, it seems that one challenge you see with a lot of international tech companies is if you look at their, I'm thinking US ones in particular, you look at the difference between the amount of revenue that they make for international users compared to those in the US or Europe, and it's far smaller internationally. Is there a danger in thinking the macroeconomics are here, these countries are going to grow, new people are going to come online? Does that not necessarily translate to revenue for startups betting on growth? If 200 million more Indonesians come online, do they have the same amount of money to spend as elsewhere? Is that a risk at all? Is it a challenge? Anyone want to take a stab at that? Warren? How about you? I'll pick on you. Uber has a lot of money. Are you concerned at all when you look at this region that although there's going to be huge growth, that might not necessarily lead to net income?
Yeah, I think there's certain markets where driver economics are super duper tight. Unlike the U.S., where you can almost safely assume that everyone owns their own car, or the car's paid off, or there's some sort of affordable monthly lease payment on that car. And sort of the economics, the average fares and sort of gross earnings that a driver can earn on sort of an hourly basis just makes a lot of sense with the cost of that driver. Some of these markets in this part of the world, even here in Singapore, there's just exorbitant high costs for drivers. And there's only so much of that cost you can pass on to the demand side of the business. I think in our sort of phase of growth, it's these first trip conversions, it's these signups that are our primary KPIs. But I think definitely in the long term, the pricing and all these other factors will need to be sort of re-looked at when we want to really drive profitability with some of these markets where there's very challenging driver economics.
And Ross, how does your user base sort of break out? Is it mostly here in Southeast Asia, or how does it shape up?
Yeah, so when my partner and I first set the business up 10 years ago, so Southeast Asia was the market we were most interested in going after. And I think in retrospect that was a bit naive. 10 years ago there wasn't really a critical mass of people doing online travel here, and we're a marketplace business, so without participants in your marketplace, it's going to take a while. So about 6 years ago, we got sick of waiting for the market to emerge, and so had a look at the rest of the world to see which markets were already up to speed but underserved, and we deliberately we sort of identified the GCC countries. There's about 50 million people living around the Gulf with incomes of around $50,000 per head, spending a lot on traveling frequently. But there's nobody running travel meta models over there, so we've invested in that, and that's effectively the cash cow that's fueling the business now. Still very much interested in Southeast Asia, and we're beginning to see some of the markets growing nicely now. But if we hadn't done that, we'd be in a very difficult position now. So I think. So it sort of comes back to that question of, amongst the headline GDP numbers, exactly how many people fall into each income bracket that are going to be targetable for each of the different business models. So within Southeast Asia, Singapore and Malaysia work really well with our model. So ARPUs from those markets quite high. Our biggest market is Indonesia. ARPUs there incredibly low. Basket size is about 10x. From Indonesia versus somewhere like Singapore or Saudi. So business, we have to calibrate it accordingly.
Interesting. And Patrick, what about, you mentioned iFlix, iProperty. Tell us a bit about how the users are arrayed.
Yeah, so I mean, we think today, yes, so we believe the region today has more users than America, and I think, yes, a lot of the users are probably lower basket users. I give iFlix as an example. We have a $2 to $3 US a month price point versus, say, the American product, which is a $10 US price point. But so here's the great thing that we love about this region of the world, and I think it was the study that was presented this morning saying that something like there's 250 million smartphone users in Southeast Asia today, and that number is going to become 450 million smartphone users in, 5 or 7 years. So you're getting to a point where the market is getting so significantly sizable that that's 450 million people who have put down $1,000 to buy a smartphone. A smartphone is a considerable expense. And then when you drill down and you go, okay, well, how many people are buying houses? How many people are buying cars? You're getting to the point where the number of people buying houses and cars in Southeast Asia is on track to overtake the US in a year now. So I think, in certain categories, you're getting to the point, I strongly believe, where you do have the potential to build bigger businesses than the equivalents that you see in the US. And I think the other great thing about this particular part of the world, which I think a lot of investors do find interesting and should increasingly find interesting, is this whole middle class emergence story. And this is something that we're very, very bullish on, where you look at, let's say, just Southeast Asia as a whole. I don't know the exact number, but it's somewhere between 20 to 30 million people entering middle class every year. I think if you look closely at America, you'll probably find 20 to 30 million people leaving middle class and going downwards every year, right? So I'm not an expert on the American market, but you know, you got to understand with these internet businesses, you're not investing in a business for a result today. You're investing in a business for a result over the next 5 to 10 years. And if you're looking at that next 5 to 10 years, I think you're going to find that this is a region that is A, going to have more users, and B, it's going to have, you are going to eventually create companies that are generating more revenue than equivalent companies in the US. So I think it's only a matter of time, and I think for entrepreneurs in this part of the world and investors in this part of the world, I think, you know, I honestly think this is really the greatest time to be doing internet-based activities in Southeast Asia.
Okay. Steve, JJ, any thoughts?
Well, first of all, I think I never thought to say this, but I actually agree with Patrick for the first time. I think it's a very exciting time to be building a business in Southeast Asia. I think, you know, I guess as Ross said, you know, 9, 10 years ago, it was very, very tough. It was very, very bleeding edge. What we're seeing in the last 2 or 3 years is really a step change. So we're seeing adoption leading the spend. So consumers are online, whereas the advertisers haven't got their heads around it yet. And time again, whether it's Google research, whether it's Accenture research or PwC research, you see the same thing. You see eyeballs online, advertising dollars in print or some kind of traditional media. And then if you stand back and look at what's happened in other markets like Europe, like Australia, more mature online markets, and see what happened there, exactly the same thing happened. Consumption starts, and then spend catches up. And so we're starting to see that spend starting to catch up in the last 2 or 3 years. So we're very, very excited about the region.
I think for apps like Carousel, we started off in a market like Singapore and got our success here. The next few markets we went to is Malaysia, Indonesia. That proved actually outside the cities tended to be quite difficult. We need actually a certain critical mass for transactions to actually happen, some sort of liquidity around people buying and selling. So outside the cities, it tends to be quite difficult, KL and Jakarta. So our next market, we actually tried Taiwan, and you know, we've learned that like essentially higher income markets, denser amount of users and liquidity really helps gets our marketplace going. So Taiwan is actually our second largest market outside here. We'll invest in Southeast Asia for the long run, but given that we are in a space that's pretty open now in mobile classifieds, we'll probably look broader afield as well.
Yeah. We have about 10 minutes left. I'd like to invite folks to start thinking of questions. I want to ask one more sort of general question here, but start thinking of interesting queries. I want to ask a bit about payments. And this was touched on in an earlier panel as well, but to what extent do you have to localize and have you had to adapt over time? I mean, JJ, I believe people can pay in cash when they meet up to buy things on Carousel. Do you see any interesting innovations coming that might allow you to not have to offer so many options, or is this just a fact of life?
I think at least in different markets in Southeast Asia, they have different ways to do it now. You know, in Singapore, they would, you know, if they find a buyer with PayPal or, you know, DBS offers PayLah, they'll find a way to make the transaction happen cashless. By and large, there tends to be a large number of meetups and cash transactions still. I think we are waiting to see like what are the sort of fintech players that have come up with a compelling solution that works well for the consumers, and we'll be happy to sort of partner with these kind of companies to do it. We have yet to see something that really makes it that seamless. We've tried a few things with a couple of players, but haven't seen that level of simplicity such that like, you know, it's easier than cash and they make it easy for them.
Yeah. Okay. Steve or anybody else thoughts on payment challenges or innovations?
We're not doing too much on online payments at the moment. I mean, we just, one of our clients recently sold a $16 million penthouse about a couple of months ago in 3 weeks on the site. That wasn't done through any kind of payment system. That was
cash on delivery.
It was cash on delivery, absolutely. But we think that the world will move on that way. We think that particularly in terms of reservations and paying deposits and this kind of thing, eventually that will move online. But at the moment, in the property space, by and large in Southeast Asia, it's not happening.
Yeah. Okay.
I think in most emerging markets, it's not really so much a technical challenge, so much as a challenge around trust. Yeah. And I think if for those of us running marketplaces, if we can find ways to find ways for users to trust the merchants that, you know, we're putting up for them to transact with, you know, after a few successful initial transactions, then it'll be off to the races. For those of us running marketplaces where the transactions are fairly large, finding smaller, less risky options for the user to sort of dip their toe into the marketplace. I've seen that work as a formula. The Ticket.com guys in Indonesia started off with movie ticketing as a gateway to get people to buy air tickets. I think that's a...
I would just add, if you're in the room and you're a VC, I still think there's great opportunities to invest in beautiful, awesome, seamless ticketing payment options, because I know in some of our businesses, we will have payment failure rates anywhere from 1% to 10% on any given day, and to have 10% of transactions fail and you can't figure out where the problem was. Was it with the bank? Was it with us? Was it with the payment gateway? Was it with the consumer? And you're losing 1 in 10 customers because somewhere in that sequence of events, someone's effed up. I hope VCs pour more money into it and back entrepreneurs that solve the problem, because it's a genuine problem right now.
Yeah, to what extent is, for example, low credit card penetration difficult for, say, iFlix?
Very, very difficult. So what we do is we generally work with the telco as the payment engine, but even with the telco as the payment engine and then an intermediary, we're still seeing massive dropout rates and massive failures. Look, it's not a problem for the business at this point in time, but it's not a sustainable failure rate number that you can have 3, 4, 5 years out. There's guys trying to do it, and VCs, please give them more money so that they can figure it out and get those failure rates back to 0.0001%.
Yeah. And Warren, does Uber offer cash payment anywhere else than Asia, or where exactly do you offer that?
Yeah, so India is a big market for cash. And here in Southeast Asia, this past quarter, I think one of the largest drivers for this growth was cash. I think we were always very reluctant to launch cash as a mainstream sort of product across a lot of our markets, because it kind of loses some of its magic of being a cashless sort of experience where you just get in and out of the car. But I think for growth, it has been one of our largest drivers, and it does significantly lower sort of the entry barrier to trying the app. Even in markets where there's large credit card penetration, like in Singapore, 30% of all consumer spending is still done via cash. And what we've seen is that just by lowering the barrier of entry, we see signups have been really strong. Conversion from sign up to doing the first trip is drastically shorter than before. And all the percentage of first trips on cash is in a lot of markets in this part of the world are more than 50%. So we're seeing cash as a major driver of our growth, and it's kind of a reverse sort of innovation on our side, but I think it is adapting to what the locals want or need, and getting them to try the product a few times and then convert to another form of payment down the line. But I think cash is obviously a big piece of the what people are comfortable with.
Gotcha. Questions? Anybody? Yes. Yes, sir.
My question is for Patrick. So, Patrick,
sorry, can you just identify yourself? Yeah.
Sorry?
Can you just identify yourself as well?
Yes, Alap from Google.
Oh, right.
So, Patrick, I think you juxtaposed a lot with the US. I think one thing we've got going in the US is, the fear of failure has kind of gone out of being entrepreneurs there, and I think that's kind of attributed to having a fairly well-developed exit ecosystem. So what I wanted to ask you about is, given you've experienced a fairly large exit with News Corp coming in and buying one of your companies, how important do you think that is for Southeast Asia? And I'd love to get the rest of the panelists' thoughts on this as well.
I think it's great on 2 levels. One is, I think it's great because, there's a lot of, entrepreneurs out there who now, exits inspire people, right? So they say, hey, I build a business, it's blood, sweat, and tears. For 10 years, you pay yourself very, very little, you struggle to make payroll, and then you see a big exit. So, it really is that kind of that light at the end of the tunnel, because let's face it, a lot of the entrepreneurs in this part of the world are very exit focused, whereas I think there are certain entrepreneurs in Silicon Valley, not so much exit focused, but more change the world focused, Whereas I think in this part of the world, it really is about an exit-focused business or enterprise, a lot of entrepreneurs in the world. So I think it's great that there are exits out there. iProperty is one, and there's a number of other exits that people seeing, hey, you know what, this is a worthwhile cause. And then secondly, I think it's, and you see this in Silicon Valley, is that when there's an exit, there's people who have made money from that exit, recycle those funds back into the tech scene because they've gone, well, hey, I invested $1 here and I made $10. Well, you know what? I'm going to take the $10 and reinvest it back into the scene. So, and I think that's one of the great things that's happened to Silicon Valley. It's this cycle of recycling, exit gains keep coming back into the economy and fueling the next wave of entrepreneurs. So I think it's great from that perspective. I think, one last thing that I want to touch on is that, when I first started as an internet entrepreneur in June 1999 as a young 24-year-old kid, it was very, very uncool to be an internet entrepreneur, to the point where my mother pulled me aside, can you please do something else with your life instead of run this cute little hobby website that you have? And that was a very tough concept. And I think today, becoming an internet entrepreneur has become cool, has become accepted. It's very normal for a kid to pursue an expensive MBA and come back and say, hey, mom and dad, I'm going to go work for a startup for peanuts. And so I think it's that as well. I think, the culture is changing. So, exits help. Money coming back into the economy helps. And the fact that it's accepted by community and society at large to work in a startup, it all helps.
Other questions? I think we have one here. Yeah.
Since all of you are basically more mature internet companies, can I ask the question, where is the money? The panel, how many of you are making money?
Good question.
What,
Good
personally
question.
or the business?
Salary or?
Maybe I go first as the youngest of the lot, startup-wise. So we're pre-revenue, very scary term these days for investors. However, I think one of the most interesting parts about our business in mobile classifieds is that classifieds is not a new business. It's not. You don't need to prove the business model behind it. It moved from newspapers to web guys in different verticals, and also general classifieds across different parts of the world. We look at players in Europe, in US, who have monetized this over time. It takes a long while. This is a very different kind of business. It takes a long while before you actually get critical scale, and you can then monetize in the verticals that you want or across the board. But by no means is this something totally new, where you're figuring out whether would people pay for digital stickers and stuff like that. This is a classifieds business. It's 40-60% EBITDA businesses with still double-digit growth in the countries where this is established. The only question is are there enough investors in this part of the world who recognize and understand that investment model, understand that long-term view of things to invest in a model like this? Fortunately for us, we are now in an environment, I think maybe in the days where Patrick started this, that would be really hard. In this day and age, we are seeing both strategic and financial investors who understand this, who sees the models like the Shipsteads of the world, Nestle's of the world, and understand that they can invest. So for us, we're lucky to be in this environment. It's tougher these days, but we're lucky to be in this time and age for this.
And JJ, if you're pre-revenue now, how would you monetize?
I think the classifieds players of the world have showed this, which is the web classifieds. You get general merchandise on board, paying for promoted posts. In certain categories, people are willing to pay more than others, and you allow people to promote their posts, and basically advertising dollars in general. Like the same with other, Steve and all do things in the particular vertical. We do general classifieds. Again, right today, remember today in the Straits Times on Saturday, you still see a whole bunch of people still paying dollars to that square block there. The people who advertise on Carousel today get a lot more phone calls than paying the Straits Times in that piece. So we don't actually need to even compete with digital players or look for digital pools.
Yeah, so for us, we made a decision when we first launched the business 8 years ago that we would monetize from day one. And that was always part of our philosophy. So within the first week, we started charging our customers. It's a relatively small amount of money, to be honest, but so monetization plays an important part. The consumers use our site for free. The advertisers have to pay, and they pay for their leads and their transactions, basically. So the business became cash flow positive in 2009. It became profitable in 2010. And then in 2011, we decided this crazy thing, expand to 3 new countries in 3 months. And then we've been investing very heavily in those markets since. But the business as a group will turn profitable again next year. And parts of our business are very profitable already. You know, the market leaders around the world in mature markets are doing 60 to 75% net profit. And the way the economics work in this kind of business model is very, very exciting. And we see that in parts of our business already. And so the costs start to level out and the revenue carries on going up.
So, echo on Steve's comment. I think anyone who's familiar with the marketplace business model realize that it's anywhere from a 4 to 7 year journey to get to profitability. And once you get to profitability, it's just such a beautiful thing because you're in the situation where costs don't go up every year, but revenue keeps going up, and you actually create very high net margin businesses within our own portfolio with iProperty. Malaysia is a very profitable business, 55 net profit margins. Thailand is profitable, Hong Kong is profitable. Within our iCar portfolio, our Malaysian business just hit profitability in Q4 last year, just hit profitability in Thailand last year. Pretty much everything else in our portfolio is still on that journey. One thing that I do notice, and I'm sure the entrepreneurs on stage will agree with me, that every business, when I say it takes 4 to 7 years to get to break even, we find that every single one of our Indonesian businesses are probably in that, 5 to 15 years to break even. So we find certain markets get there faster, Malaysia, Thailand, to some extent. Certain markets take a lot longer, like Indonesia. But to the point, marketplace business models do get to profitability and do become very, very profitable. And I think there's many case studies on this stage of that.
We have a portfolio of markets. Some of them are nicely profitable. Some of them are still getting there. We have a sort of fixed cost base at HQ that we need profits from the collective markets to pay for. And happy to say later this year we'll be cash flow positive for the first time. So we'll be breaking out the champagne when we get there.
Great. And lastly, Warren?
Yeah, at Uber, it's in a competitive marketplace, particularly here in Southeast Asia. It's always sort of the age-old predicament of market share versus investing in market share versus profitability. At this moment, it is definitely a market share focus and investing in that battle. However, we have demonstrated that we can be profitable in some of these markets, and when sort of priority comes to dialing it back, I'm confident that our business model can sustain and be profitable.
We're out of time. Thanks so much, everybody. Thanks, guys.
We've now got a break, so if everyone wants to go and grab a coffee and have some refreshments, please come back in about 10 to 12 minutes to be ready for Joseph.
inside of you, baby. Now you know my name. I do realize what you meant, baby. Sexuality. I know you helped me up. Never forget my name. We never sleep apart, baby. It's sexuality. Dream of you, baby, like everyone does. To get inside you, baby, it's never enough. Hear me, darling. Hear me, baby. I get inside of you. Sexuality. I do realize what you mean. Now you'll never forget my name. Baby, 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 baby. I do realize what you meant. Sexuality. Dream of you, like everyone does. To get inside of you, it's never, never, never enough. Hear me, darling. Baby, baby. Baby, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. I get inside of you, baby. Now you know my name. I do realize what you meant, baby. Sexuality. I know you helped me up. Never forget my name. We never sleep apart, baby. It's sexuality. Dream of you, baby, like everyone does. To get inside you, baby, it's never enough. Hear me, darling. Hear me, baby. I get inside of you. Sexuality. I do realize what you meant. Now you'll never forget my name. Baby, 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 baby,
Good afternoon, everybody. Can we all make our way back into the room? We're going to start in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Can I ask everyone to take their seats, please? So in the post-tea session, it's my pleasure to introduce Joe Tsai, Executive Vice Chairman and co-founder of the Alibaba Group. Neither Joe nor the Alibaba Group need any introduction, so I'm not going to waste time with any words on that. Just invite Joe. Joe's going to come and speak for about 10 minutes, and after that, we'll have a Q&A session that I'll initially start off with him, and then we'll open up to the floor. Joe.
Okay, thanks. Thanks very much, Rohit. Well, I want to thank the hosts, Temasek and Google, for hosting this event. It's always very, very exciting for me to stand in front of entrepreneurs, young people. At my age, I don't get to spend time with young people anymore, but it's always good to have the opportunity. And hopefully we have a chance to maybe interact a little bit later on. Rohit gave me 10 minutes, right? And then we'll have a more of an interactive session.
As much as you want.
No, the problem is I only prepared a 5-minute speech.
All right.
I wanted to talk about, I think the topic here is, I saw the report that Temasek and Google have put together when it comes to the Southeast Asia market, the startup market, the internet market. I think there's a lot of excitement, a lot of anticipation, but obviously the level of internet activity and also the level of all the different use cases like e-commerce and et cetera really is, we feel sort of it's at the cusp of, it's about to take off, but it hasn't really taken off yet. And that's where we are. And I would like to share with you a little bit of our experience in China and what it was like, and some of the things that may translate or some of the things that may not translate into the Southeast Asia market. When I've been in Alibaba for 17 years. I joined the company in 1999. So when I started, China had about 10 million internet users. And today, China has 700 million internet users. If you look at the development of the economy, GDP per capita in China was about $870 US dollars per person at the time in 1999. Today is about 8,000, so almost 10x. So we've been very, very fortunate to have participated in not just the growth of the internet, but also growth of the economy itself. And Alibaba, with a business that is very much leveraged to the consumption of the population in China, we've very much benefited from this growth of GDP. And there's a lot of economists basically say that when GDP per capita goes from 4,000 to sort of 5,000, when you reach that 4,000 mark, that's when consumption becomes discretionary. That's when people no longer spend money on just shelter and food for the daily living items, but also they will spend money on other things, on entertainment. And if you track the history of Alibaba and how we've grew the Chinese consumer market business in e-commerce, that's pretty much what happened. In 2009, the GDP per capita in China was about 3,500, okay? And that's about the same level of Indonesia today, all right? So and if you look at the fastest growth phase of the Taobao marketplace, between 2009 to 2010, Taobao marketplace added about $50 billion in GMV, net add in 1 year. And so I'm sure, I don't blame you guys for having some degree of excitement about Southeast Asia when you look at the economies here. In Indonesia, for example, we're sort of at the cusp, and obviously Singapore, Malaysia is already beyond that, and Thailand is already beyond that level of GDP per capita. So that's kind of the lesson, the takeaway lesson is, people say, is it because of logistics or payment, or is it because of lack of capital that's inhibiting the growth of e-commerce? I would suggest that the issue is much, much more fundamental. It's all about economic development, okay? So the good news is that we're seeing more economic development, we're seeing growth in GDP per capita, and it's going to come. That's the good news. The other thing I wanted to share is that the role of government. A lot of people ask, sort of look at Alibaba and how, big the size that we've become. And they say, well, you kind of had government help because the government was there to keep out the competitors, the foreign competitors. Well, that is actually not the case in the case of Alibaba, in the case of e-commerce in China. If you remember, when we started Taobao back in 2003, eBay had the market cornered. They had 90% market share. Okay, what does 90% market share mean? Well, they had about 8 million online shoppers. So 90% of 8 million people, that's 90% market share. We were focused on the market that is untapped. So today we have over 423 million active buyers that have shopped annually on our platform. So, my point here is that the foreign companies were in there first in the e-commerce marketplace. Amazon bought a company called Joyo in China, fully acquired, 100% owned company in 2004. So we were basically going up against all sorts of competition, both domestic and foreign. Now, of course, in the case of China, in the other areas like search, like social networking, that's not the case. There's a little bit of limitation, and some of the foreign players are kept out. But in e-commerce, it was a free-for-all, basically. The story of how we came in and unseated eBay is kind of a popular story. I don't want to repeat it here, but I just wanted to say that at least in this segment, what the government did was nothing, and that was a good thing. I think the lesson learned there is when we look at the Southeast Asian market, some of the regulators and the governments here are saying, well, should we protect the retail industry? Should we protect the payments or the financial industry? My lesson here, and what I wanted to say, is that the government ought to encourage entrepreneurs to thrive. And the only way to encourage entrepreneurs to thrive is to take away the limitation on their ability to attract capital, whether it's domestic or foreign, okay? Entrepreneurs don't need protection. Entrepreneurs don't need a special government fund to help you to do things. Entrepreneurs need to make sure that the regulatory environment is reasonable and it's a relatively flexible environment for startups to thrive. So that's the Alibaba experience. And then I wanted to say something about things that may not translate that well between the China experience and the Southeast Asian experience. China is effectively, from an internet standpoint, a unified market of 1.3 billion people. So if you put a product online, that's, you have access to the entire population. What's different in Southeast Asia, obviously is it's divided by language, culture, and water. Water is very important because in the e-commerce business, you need to ship packages. So, consider the challenges of logistics in Indonesia, right? So, this is one sort of area where there's a huge difference between the Southeast Asian market and between China. Now, how do we overcome these challenges? The one thing that's very interesting is this relates to a recent acquisition we have made in Lazada. I know that Max got to spend some time with you guys in the morning. In Southeast Asia, if you want to have a pan-Southeast Asian play, from day one, you need to be a global company. You need to be international. You need to think about how cross-border operations work, and you need to have matrix organizations from day one. That's something that we never experienced in China. We could stay very safely at home, comfortably, because the market is huge. The market is huge, and that kind of, that to me is sort of a disadvantage because it makes you lazy. Because your home market is too big, you tend to stay and not look outward. So at Alibaba this year, we have a very focused strategic initiative in terms of globalizing the company. Globalization doesn't mean only setting up operations outside of your home country. It means a change in mentality. It means to, in terms of how you deal with people, how you deal with employees, how you deal with entrepreneurs from outside of your home country. It's a change in mentality. And that transition is going to take quite a bit of time for us, for Alibaba. You think Alibaba is already a big company, it's listed in the New York Stock Exchange as an international phenomenon, but it's not. We're still very much based in China, and we're taking step by step, trying to step out of China to become more of a global company, and that'll take time. Now, coming to Southeast Asia, though, the interesting thing is if you can find management teams that can take the business and figure out the complexities of operating in different regulatory regimes, different language, different cultures, that is the management team you want to bet on, okay? And so we are very excited about our investment in Lazada, and it is starting from a very small base, but the potential is very, very big. So that's about 10 minutes, and why don't we start our dialogue?
Yeah, thanks, Joe. So thanks, that was very insightful and I think food for thought for everyone out here. I'll start off with a couple of questions. We talked about the market opportunity in the study that we sort of published, but one of the areas, or at least the areas which we did not cover, was the potential in terms of traditional industries that can be disrupted by the internet economy. Just given, and we didn't do that because it's at a very early stage here in Southeast Asia. Mm-hmm. Given your experience in China, what are some of the industries that you think are ripe for, or may be ripe for e-disruption here in Southeast Asia?
Well, first, when we develop our business and execute our strategy, we don't think about disrupting the traditional economy. We think about our business as incremental to the traditional economy. We think that e-commerce, for example, has actually brought more incremental consumption to China. All right, to give you an example, we have done a lot of work, a lot of investments into the third, fourth, fifth tier cities and also in the rural areas when it comes to logistics, so that when somebody buys a washing machine or a refrigerator from a rural village, we're able to deliver that to them and also install it and provide the aftermarket service to them in a way that brings a lot of customer satisfaction. Now, without the internet, this was not possible because the retail outlets are not, the largest electronics retail chain is Suning. It has 1,600 stores, but it doesn't have a presence in the villages, in the rural villages, right? So without the internet, getting people who live in remote areas to have access to the products and services they want, then there's zero consumption. So we think of it as incremental. But if you look at some of the more sort of well-established or maybe old or archaic industries, I think the two areas, one is healthcare and the other one is financial services. That is certainly in the China context is ripe for disruption. We have done a lot in the financial services area in terms of providing an alternative way of serving consumers and small businesses who are, by the way, underserved, right? So again, that's incremental because they're underserved. The existing infrastructure, the big banks don't serve them that well. And we think that that's also going to come in healthcare, although that's a much, much more complex sector. So these are maybe also the areas, especially I think in financial services, because there's, I think I saw a stat, something like 70% of the people are unbanked. And that's that potentially is huge, especially now everybody is using a mobile device, and on a mobile device, the beauty about providing financial services on a mobile device is that it is an incredibly efficient distribution channel, especially when it comes to standardized financial products. For example, money market fund. We were in China, in the China context, we were able to distribute a money market fund product, which today is the third largest money market fund in the world, with about $100 billion of AUM. Okay, so I think there's a lot of potential there.
So just talking on financial services, one of the challenges that we spoke about today in Southeast Asia was really payments, right? And then the absence of really a payment solution to sort of promote e-commerce. Do you see a role that Alipay can play in terms of developing a non-bank payment channel out here in Southeast Asia?
Yeah, Alipay definitely can play a role here, but we have to think carefully about whether, first, payments and financial services broadly is a highly regulated industry, and I think many governments view that sector as having national security implications. So we have to be very sensitive and listen to the regulators wherever we operate. And for example, in the case of India, we've invested in a company called Paytm and effectively have a partnership with them where we are supplying them the technology, so effectively sort of operate through Paytm. And that's been a very good partnership. So you have to be a little bit creative about putting together structures to allow you to operate locally.
Just want to take you up on one of the things you mentioned in the most recent earnings call, and it's probably relevant for a lot of startups out here. You mentioned in terms of when you look at your strategy, you think of it in three horizons: the immediate business, the stuff that will lead you results in the medium term, and then the seeds that you're planting for the long term, which may be 5 to 10 years out. And that gives you a portfolio of businesses that allows you to grow and scale over time. Now, when you think of a startup company, do you sort of think that they should also be thinking along those horizons, or what scale do you need to be, in your view, before you can start thinking about businesses in 3 stages? And just from your Alibaba experience, when is it too early to start thinking about it, and by when should you definitely start thinking about it?
Well, just to refresh people's memory, the 3 stages of businesses, which are, the way I describe it is that we have all these 3 types of businesses in our company. The first is the cash flow business. They're extremely generative, cash flow generative, and you can basically reinvest the cash flow into the new businesses. And then the second kind is what I call emerging traction. These are businesses that have a lot of momentum in terms of revenue growth. They're already revenue generating businesses and coming into the operating leverage to become more profitable, and they have are gaining that revenue traction, and these are very, very exciting high growth businesses. And then the third is kind of what we call the long-term bets, all right? And I have said I think on our earnings call that it actually takes usually about 5 to 7 years before a long-term bet works out. So investors have to be very, very patient. So that's kind of the 3 phases. And to your question, I think it's very, very difficult for a startup to think in those terms if they don't already have a very cash flow generative business. All right, you need to get to positive cash flow generation before you can have the luxury of reinvesting that cash flow into something else, into a new product or something else. So it's unless you have very, very patient venture investors. And I think venture investors need to think that way, because if you're I think diversification is kind of an overvalued concept, because if you know that you're betting on the right management team and they can create terrific products, and the current products of the company haven't reached that sort of cash flow positive stage, but if you know this is the right team, why not give them more capital for them to develop additional products in new areas?
So one more question before we really turn it over to the audience and have them ask questions. One of the assumptions that we made in forecasting demand for Southeast Asia is we assumed that number of purchases per buyer in a year would go up from 6 that you have currently to 14 by 2025. In the past, many years ago, when we invested in Alibaba, that was the one area which we underestimated. At that time also, we thought that a consumer would buy maybe 15, 16 purchases a year. But actually, in China, you have your consumers buying over 50 purchases a year, so almost like 1 a week. But we've not been that aggressive. We've sort of assumed that it's only limited to about 14 a year. Now, can you share with us what happened? Did you always anticipate that the usage would be that high in China? And do you think China is unique in that respect, or do you think you can see that replicated, maybe in parts of Southeast Asia in terms of that frequency of usage?
So first, you said from 6 orders per year to 14, right?
By
so
2025.
It's slightly doubling over a 10-year period.
Yeah.
But if I remember correctly, you also said that the e-commerce market will grow from 5 billion to 88 billion in 10 years, right? So the volume, the GMV grows more than 10x, while the number of orders only doubles.
That's because you are having this 5 times increase in number of online shoppers, basically, right? Yeah.
Right. So I think that a couple of conditions exist in the case of China, for the number of orders per consumer annually, purchased to grow so fast. Now we're over 50 orders per year. Number one, I think it is, again, the fundamental question of GDP per capita. Okay, so I think once you get to the over 4,000 GDP per capita, you're going to see people starting to buy across more categories, because their needs, some of the things at the margin become more discretionary, and they're going to be interested in making those purchases. It's no longer just about making a living, surviving. Okay, so I think in the countries where for example, like today, in Thailand and Malaysia, you're going to see that acceleration of orders per person. The other condition that existed, or that still exists in China is China is still the world's manufacturing base. So it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's electronics or apparel or furniture or whatever, a lot of the stuff is still made in China, which made it very easy for merchants to go and source. All you need to do is to go to this town called Yiwu. If you had no like prior selling experience on our platform, you go to Yiwu and then you could source all sorts of things, pencils, lighters, whatever it is, and then you can come to Taobao and sell it on our platform. It's that proximity to the manufacturing base that creates the condition for broader assortment in the e-commerce marketplace, okay? And that condition doesn't exist in some of the countries. You know, for example, in Indonesia, we're kind of, you know, merchants are kind of in a dilemma because it's very hard to find locally sourced apparel. But if you import, there's a huge tax on that. So I think once you start to see sort of the local manufacturing economy start to take off, then that'll become a source of broader assortment, and that'll benefit the consumers.
Okay. Thanks. So I know that you must have a lot of questions for Joe. So please put up your hands, and I'll have someone come to you with a mic. And before you ask your question, just please introduce yourself, your name, and the organization you represent. A question there.
Hi, I'm Newly Purnell with the Wall Street Journal. I have a two-part question. First, you mentioned expanding abroad. How important is it for you still to try to expand into more rural parts of China? And second, what sort of characteristics would you say set Alibaba apart from your rivals? What do you do differently? Do you try to act more quickly? Do you execute better? What are some of those factors?
So we have said, I would say, globalization and also our rural effort are our two prongs that are equally important. In the rural villages in China, the population is about 600 million. So we have a mission to bring products to the rural areas, and also to try to grow the rural economy so that they, for example, farming, or making furniture, for example, and bring those products from the rural areas to the cities to increase that trade between cities and villages. That is very, very important, and in fact, that's one of our core strategic pillars for the next 10, 20 years. Sorry, your second question is about what makes me. I think this is something that is not new to you. Jack has always said, customer first, employee second, shareholders third. All right, we're very, very clear in that sort of order. What it means is that it's not that shareholders are not important. It's that how you prioritize. When you are in a situation where you have to prioritize between your three constituents, who do you make sure you take care of first? And I think that's the differentiating factor between Alibaba from the rest of our competitors.
Rajan.
From Google. Thank you for coming. You know, it'd be great to understand, Joe, you know, what's your ambition in Southeast Asia over, let's say, the next 5 years, given the recent investment you've made? I mean, is it sort of Horizon 1? Clearly not. Is it Horizon 2 or 3? I mean, how are you thinking about Southeast Asia over the next 4 or 5 years?
Well, I think first of all, we want to be very, very patient. And as I said, you know, when economic activity levels are starting from a low base, you have to be very, very patient. For us, Southeast Asia is is a very interesting opportunity when it comes to the members in our ecosystem. What I mean is that in China, we are talking to, for example, multinational brands, both from the luxury sector and also from the FMCG sector, that when they want to come into the China market, they should think about Alibaba as a platform for them to not only do business and sell things, but also acquire more users and build that engagement with the consumers. Now that conversation is not just about China. That conversation can be, hey, we can get you access to over 400 million consumers in China, but we also have a platform in Southeast Asia. So if you're interested in, selling to both places, that's we're the place to go. So it's very, very helpful for us to be able to present something that is more of a geographically diverse platform. When we look at, obviously, we made an investment in Lazada, and we're very excited about it. And when we look at the business, we hope that the study is right, that in 10 years there's going to be close to $100 billion of GMV in the market, and we hope that we will be one of the leaders to capture that. But there are also a lot of other opportunities for example, in the services space, in payment. These are all the things that we're looking at as well.
Okay, there's a hand up there in the middle.
I'm Giri Jadeja with the IFC. We talked today a lot about the need for trust when you need to sell something online. And for Alibaba to have built up a business where people buy 50 or conduct 50 transactions a year, and you have a user base, active user base of 420 odd million. What did you do to build that trust? It would be very useful for people in this part of the world to try to understand.
Yeah, that's a great question. So a little bit of history. We started our consumer e-commerce marketplace, which is Taobao, back in 2003. Back then, we had a fundamental problem of how you settle the transaction. In other words, the seller doesn't want to ship the product until they receive payment. But the consumer doesn't want to pay until they've seen the package arrive at their door. It's the classic old sort of, how do you settle something simultaneously? So the solution that we implemented was an escrow-based payment system through Alipay. And it's very simple, it's escrow. So the purchaser sends money to us, we will hold the cash for them, and then we will notify the seller, okay, now we've got the cash, you can ship now, and they'll ship. And once the consumer receives the product, we release the funds. It's that simple. When I first looked at it, this was back in 2004. We launched Alipay. I thought to myself, this is never going to work. This is stupid. What if people dispute? What if people just say, oh, I never received the product, so don't release my funds? Now, it was actually a worry that didn't really turn out to be a real worry. If you think about it, if the consumer, their cash is already out of the pocket, if they already wire the money to your escrow account, there's absolutely no reason for them to dispute the transaction, okay? And because if they renege on that purchase order, it's actually going to cost them both in terms of time and maybe a little bit of money and fees to get that money back. So they have no incentive to screw around, all right? And from the merchant standpoint, they have no incentive to screw around either, because they know the cash is safely sitting in the account. They can safely ship. And once, as long as the product gets delivered, they'll get paid. So it worked out beautifully. And that's how it started.
Actually, just a follow-up question on that. We were talking about this morning about cash on delivery, which is key in these markets. How much cash on delivery do you still have in China? I mean, the actual cash on delivery, where someone comes with a packet and you give the cash out there.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
Not a lot.
Yeah, I raised that because, if you remember, there was some discussion this morning is that maybe in Asia it's cultural that we need to see the packet before we let go our cash. And therefore, there was some talk that we would always have a high degree of cash on delivery in these markets. But it does look like in China you don't have very much cash on delivery.
No. So today, by and large, the trust system is already there. You have consumers that are repeat purchasers of, even though it's not a big brand, they know the seller, they know who they are, and so the trust is there. And payment is, quite developed in China. So both in terms of on the web and also today, over 70% of the transactions are done through mobile payments. Yeah.
Any other questions? Yeah. Sorry. We'll just come back to you after that.
I've rather, from Sequoia Capital. A rather personal question. I think a few of us are trying to hire CFO for our portfolio companies. So I wanted to ask you, why do you join Alibaba? Given your,
I joined Alibaba because I saw a team of passionate people with fire in their eyes. I walked into that apartment that Jack had, back in May of 1999. First, it was a smelly apartment. It smelled. Everybody had their shoes outside. But obviously, Jack was great. He was really visionary. But what I saw was something like 12, 13 very young people, university graduates, who obviously believe in the mission, and they wanted to follow Jack. And I thought, wow, wouldn't it be great to work with this group of people? They really believed in it. So one of the really unique things about Alibaba is that we have 18 founders. That's a big founder group. Google had 2 founders. In the case of Facebook, I think they only have 1 founder. What that means is that once the company becomes very, very big, right? Now we now have, including acquired companies, we now have close to 40,000 employees. Your culture, the risk is that your culture gets diluted. But having 18 founders in the company, just physically, is broader coverage of your culture, because each founder is a culture carrier, and they can communicate with the employee base. In 2009, we kind of ended the founder status of everyone. We said everyone has to reapply. All the founders have to reapply for a job in the company. What we did was to institute a partnership system. That is meant to continue kind of the founder culture of the business, because founders don't stay around forever, right? People retire, etc. So the partnership, the Alibaba partnership, is 34 people today. And every year we will add 3 or 4 or 5 people. We may have 1 or 2 retirement a year. So the partnership grows, and it's a living body. It's a living body. It's there to evangelize the culture of the company to the entire employee base. And that's very, very important. So going back to 1999, walking into that apartment, that's what I saw, a very strong sense of mission, a very strong culture.
I think a question there.
Okay, thank you. I'm Diki from STI Indonesia. Early this morning, Rohit shared about the 6 challenges of the startup in Southeast Asia, which is the funding, talent, payment, internet infrastructure, logistics, and customer trust. with the acquisition of the Lazada by Alibaba, just want to know how would Alibaba like to address especially 2 points, which is about the talent, the lack of talent in Southeast Asia, and about the logistic infrastructure for the e-commerce in Southeast Asia. What you can bring from the Alibaba experience to Southeast Asia for these 2 points. Thank you.
I don't think there's a lack of talent in Southeast Asia. I think we have a similar situation in China, which is there's no shortage of smart people. There's no shortage of entrepreneurial people. And every year the universities graduate, lots of very fine, talented young people. The issue for us is, there's not a lot of experience in managing scale and scaling businesses. And I think there's probably a similar issue here in Southeast Asia. But so what you want to do is to make sure that you basically have to develop from within. Sprinkle with occasional hire from the outside, from a multinational and all of that. But the core of your plan in terms of people is to develop from within. When it comes to logistics, I'm going to ask Max Bittner to figure that out. He's the CEO of Lazada. And in fact, they have actually done a terrific job. Part of the reason we invested in them is that they built up a budding logistics system and doing good delivery in the countries where they operate. But it's tough. I don't have the answer, but Max should have more answers than I do.
Okay, maybe we've got time for maybe 1 or 2 more questions maximum.
Hi, Joe. This is Jaideep from Google. There's a lot of things that make China very unique in terms of e-commerce, right? It's one landmass, relatively good infrastructure, GDP per capita of about $7,000, and most importantly, a lack of organized retail, which has allowed e-commerce penetration to exceed 10%. It's even much higher than the US, where there's a Walmart in every small town. If you think about Southeast Asia, where do you think it fits in that spectrum? Right now, our estimations are that e-commerce penetration will go from something like less than 1% to about 6 to 7% in 10 years. Do you think Southeast Asia has the potential to become another China? And if so, what would it take?
Yeah. I think there are factors that are pluses and minuses. Obviously, the minus is that Southeast Asia is actually not one market. It's a fairly fragmented market. But the plus side is that, if you look at the Southeast Asian internet user, they're already on mobile. Mobile is the key. And I think, when the Alibaba business transitioned from kind of the PC era to mobile, we saw the frequency of engagement increase. We saw purchases increase. The per item number, ASP, is maybe smaller on mobile, but they buy more and more frequently. And I think those are all positive aspects. And when I look at the Southeast Asia market, I think it's a mobile-first market. So for that reason, I'm very optimistic.
I think there's one question at the back there. Maybe that's the last question we take.
Hi, Joe. This is Hian Go from NSI Ventures. We are one of the 4 venture capital funds that decided to take on the suicide mission of being Series A pure play in Southeast Asia. I gave a talk maybe a year and a half ago about how difficult it is to raise Series A. And that if you did seed and you thought you were very good, wait till you get to Series A. And I quoted at the end of the speech that there was a very small company founded by a guy named Jack in 1999 that raised money from Venture TDF, Thomas, and Goldman and Fidelity. And I concluded, and I took the liberty of concluding that if you think it was tough just remember it was pretty tough when Jack did it in 1999 when people thought that China was a regulated environment with no exit opportunities. I never really checked with anyone whether that was actually difficult. So I wanted to ask the question, was it hard to raise a Series A in 1999? Because in those days, China wasn't the behemoth that we see today. And give us some of your perspective in the early days. Thank you.
I'd like to say that it was kind of a sort of a unique situation. In fact, it was not that difficult to raise the money. But the big difference between back then and today is the Series A valuations are totally different. You know, we raised money at a very, very modest valuation. And in fact, it was quite dilutive. Our first round was very, very dilutive to the founders. But today, you know, I think people have seen the success of Google, of Facebook, of Uber, and entrepreneurs become more and more ambitious. That's why valuation expectations and overall sort of you know, deal valuations have just really ballooned. So you know, you know, Alibaba is an active player in the investment M&A market because we're always looking to back great entrepreneurs. The biggest difficulty is that every entrepreneur wants to be Jack, wants to be Larry and Sergey, wants to be Mark Zuckerberg. And it's great, but it's very, very difficult from an investor standpoint.
Right. So I think, unfortunately, we don't have time for any questions. We've sort of already exceeded our time, but thank you very much for listening, and thank you, Joe, for coming and sharing your insights here. I think it's been, all of you will agree, it's been a really enjoyable session. So thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Will you pick up?
So we're now in the closing hour after an incredible session and an incredibly intense day, I would say, and exciting. We've sort of pivoted between looking at the opportunity, we've been discussing, obviously, and hearing from entrepreneurs. We've had some, obviously, words of wisdom from Joseph Tsai in terms of parallels, particularly to China and his experiences. And now we're going to hear from the investor community, both at the early stage and mid-stage. So I'm going to invite Tech in Asia's Willis Wee onto the stage, who's going to host the next session. Thank you.
Hi. Okay, so I'm supposed to introduce everyone, right? So actually, can we have Vinny from Golden Gate, and then Wilson from East Ventures, Juan from Sitcom, and then Steve from IDA, and Amit from Jungle. I think that the ecosystem is pretty small, so I think everyone knows everyone. But of course, always good to see new faces. And maybe you can start on the left. So maybe you can just do a round of introductions, starting from you.
Yeah, I'm one of the 4 people that Northstar was saying is trying to tackle the Series A problem here. Yeah, so I'm part of Jungle Ventures. We are a Singapore-based venture firm, seed to Series A. About 30 investments in the last 4 years. Excited to be here.
Steve?
Okay. My name is Steve. I'm currently with IDA for another 48 hours, and then finish my 3-year term and shift over to a new adventure called SG Innovate, where we're trying to see if we can help productize some of the great things that are happening in research at the universities or within some of the research institutions. So our goal is to help turn things into products, and products help build companies, and that's why we need to work with everybody in the room. So that's the new adventure that starts in a couple of days.
Hey, my name is Hong. I'm from Sitcom. I sell my stock in my first company, IPO, in 2014. And in 2015, I found Sitcom, and we invest $25 million to the retail company and to the platform to have the e-commerce and retail company in Vietnam.
Hi, my name is Wilson from East Ventures. We are early stage fund, invest in very early stage company in Southeast Asia, but we focus a lot in Indonesia. Over the five years, we have invested about 80 companies from different sectors. E-commerce is huge for us in the early days, but right now we move on to SaaS, Fintech, health tech, edu tech, and agriculture tech.
Cheers. There's actually less speeches today than at that wedding. So. Investments. Honored to sit up here on stage with everybody.
Okay, so let's just start. So everyone has been investing and advising companies in a very back in the days, 2010, 2011. So that was 5-6 years ago, and there's basically nothing, really nothing. It's no companies. Carousel was not even founded. Tech in Asia was just founded, and then
a different name.
Different name, yeah. So I just want to understand, how was it back in the olden days, in 2010? How was the ecosystem? Was there a lot of capital around to invest in companies? Are there a lot of very good founders, good companies, opportunities? Because everything's just basically nothing, right? And what made you guys jump in?
I'll jump in. So
okay,
yeah,
go for it, sorry.
There wasn't a lot, and that's what was so exciting. So basically, in this region, there was a lot of development, buildings going up everywhere, a lot of people with mobile phones, but there wasn't 5 years ago. There were some startups and some that have turned into big companies now, but at the time, there were not a lot of VCs. There weren't even a lot of entrepreneurs that were getting kind of private money. Maybe they were getting, early on, getting some grants, doing some things to the universities. And so it's amazing how much this ecosystem's grown in 5 years. Like if you would have asked this panel, can you imagine what it's going to look like in 2016? I don't think any of us would have said that. But I think for all of us, and we hear different stories, for me, I was literally backpacking through the region from San Francisco, had no plan to move here, no plan to start up a fund, but just being on the ground, it was, wow, I can totally see what the next few years is going to look like, especially when you compare it to China and India, which are kind of on a curve that's a few years ahead. It kind of just all clicked. And it was something that I think if you ever looked at it by the numbers, it wouldn't make sense. But when you were on the ground and you kind of compared it to some other places, you could kind of taste it in the air.
Yeah, so maybe it's like good for Wilson to add in, because you started investing in Indonesia really, really very early, and it's totally crazy.
Yeah.
And because like I'm not sure like how you even raise money from LPs, it's insane. So how was it like to raise money from LPs? Sorry, listen to the question.
So
sorry. How do you raise money from LPs and convince them that sorry, to convince them to give you money to invest in a region that wasn't proven at all?
So actually the story I can say is, for me, it started from Singapore. I have been involved in Singapore startup since 2008. At that time, actually, it's still the MDA iGEM version 1. And then we see how actually the Singapore government put a lot of money, build up the blueprint of Media Hub, and then invite mentors, doing the pitching session and everything. And then we started in Indonesia. What happened actually, there's no such government that have this amount of money to do all this ecosystem building, right? So actually we bring in a lot of the pitching session, and then this does actually get acquired by Groupon within 4 months, and then everything is snowballing. And then after that, we look at the hypothesis again. E-commerce definitely a locomotive of digital economy. If you look at any country that developing the ecosystem, it starts from e-commerce, and then. But now e-commerce has been, as an early stage fund, we can't keep investing in e-commerce anymore because everybody has been raising a lot of money. The entry barrier has been very, very high, unless you are a very different e-commerce kind of company. We invest now a lot in e-commerce enablers. We invest a lot into SaaS because Indonesia have 57 million small, medium, micro businesses. And then actually ASEAN Economic Community has been formed. And then there's only one way for all these SME to compete in the ASEAN, which is using tools, which is software to make them more efficient. So, and we put a lot of hypotheses about Indonesia, simply because if you look at Southeast Asia, the single largest homogeneous market is Indonesia. So we believe if you win Indonesia, you win Southeast Asia. It doesn't really matter if someone built something in Indonesia and someone built in Malaysia, in Thailand, it's okay. These two countries, I think they will hit the ceiling, while in Indonesia it will still grow because it's still pretty high. And when you have high ceiling, you have high growth, you can raise more money and you can buy them over. So that's the plan.
It's funny how things have changed. In 2008, the same used to be said about Malaysia, that if you win Malaysia, then you win Southeast Asia. Things have changed dramatically in the favor of Indonesia since then.
Anyway, all this is like, it's just hypothetical.
It seems to be doing well. Yeah. How about the market in Vietnam?
Yeah, the market in Vietnam, not so many investment come to Vietnam because it's difficult for them to exit. So for my personal, I invest a lot on retail company because for retail company we can get the profit and then bootstrap and grow up, become a retail chain store. Recently, the e-commerce become more popular, so I think I saw more company invest on e-commerce. But from my point of view, I invest on the tool for the company in Vietnam because it's difficult for us to find investment. So we invest on the basic, the logistics, the basic, the SaaS as you said, to supply the service for the SME, and invest on the retail company to get the profit to run the company.
Okay. Steve, hi. Yeah. So my question to you would be like, you've been in Singapore for the last 3 years. And didn't know that you actually, like the last 24 hours in IDA. That's news to me. And yeah, so what is your plans moving forward? And then why, in the first place, like you picked Singapore?
So maybe like a lot of people, or maybe not, but I actually have been here 15 years and was here in the 90s and then came back. So for me, I was here to help build tech companies in Asia. and I spent most of my time outside of Singapore. So I was on the road 4 or 5 days a week in China or India or Korea or Japan or other markets. And Singapore for me was a great airport, great place for my kids to go to school, and my wife was very safe and happy, so it was a great thing. 3 years ago, I had the opportunity to become a part of what I hope is a big movement, national agenda for Singapore to be a smart nation, to aspire, to build some great things, and I thought that would be a great idea to try and be a part of that because I'd done lots of other things for lots of shareholders and lots of people in lots of markets, but not where I had lived. And I wanted to do something where I lived. So I thought it was a crazy adventure to be offered the opportunity to join Singapore government as clearly a non-Singaporean. And so I took the opportunity. And all CEOs serve 3-year terms, and I'm at the end of my 3-year term. So I'm very fortunate that I was offered the opportunity to continue the adventure in the place that I'm most passionate about, which is working with leaders like those on the stage and leaders in this room to see if we can take it further, which is to now work on building IP-based technology from Singapore that goes on to meet a lot of needs outside of Singapore. So our goal is not to build for Singapore. Our goal is to build for markets around the world from Singapore. And so based on how much I've come to learn over the last couple of years about all the amazing people and all the amazing IP in so many different places around Singapore and the growing investment community, it just seemed to be mad not to try and give that a shot to pull some of that IP and build products. So build products, products build companies. If you're working on a big enough problem, then the market is a big thing. So we're not trying to build for Singapore. We're trying to build for the world and benefit Singapore. So when you're offered the opportunity like that, and you're sitting in rooms with people that can help make a difference, and they say, do you want to tackle that? And the answer is, yeah, I'd love to do that. So that's what I'm going to try and do.
So like everyone is either investing in companies or helping companies to grow. What are some of the challenges that companies face in Southeast Asia? Amit can start.
Yeah, and I think it kind of goes back to the question you earlier asked, and what's changed since 2012 and today, or 2010, 11, 12, and today. And my answer to that is actually nothing's changed as much. We do talk about, the increase in capital and, over $1 billion raised over the last 12 months or whatever for Southeast Asia. But the reality is, the startups have grown 10x. In 2010, 11, we used to see and I've been here for 16 years, so I've seen 2 cycles as well. In 2010, 11, we used to see 200 startups, a year on an average. Today we are seeing 2,000 to 3,000 startups on an average in a year, and the capital is nowhere close match with that. So one thing is I do think that not a lot has changed, and there needs to be more. So thanks to Google and Temasek to try and bring attention to the problem and take it head on. In terms of the operational aspects, one of our learnings of sort of being an operating heavy VC, helping our companies scale and so on and so forth, is that we feel that the biggest problem our startups face is around capitalization. Is that, even at seed stage, there are a lot of seed funds, there are a lot of accelerators, incubators, but there isn't just enough capital for them to prove milestones or to prove product market fit. As you get into Series A, you see the same problem. Series A rounds in the region are nowhere close to what it should be to be able for companies to achieve scale, which is essentially the bane of everything, why we are here. So we do think that capitalization is still sort of a big problem for our startups, and part of it is responsible for many other aspects around, taking, the product to multiple markets, hiring better talent, tackling other issues. So definitely that would be my number one concern for my companies.
If I could then just start, I guess I have a view of there's a lot of capital in the region now, obviously more than there ever has been, but whether it's at the seed stage or Series A stage, there's definitely a lot of investor doors to knock on. As you get up the food chain, Series B, Series C, that is definitely harder. And so I look at it, the ecosystem's always had these older siblings. Like we had Lexi of Luxola sitting up here, Roger of Redmart, these folks that have been kind of earlier in the ecosystem and at every step of the way have had difficulty raising money. But then they, just like an older brother and older sister, they make it easier for the siblings behind them. So at the earlier stages, I think there's actually a lot of capital Not too much that it's a bad thing, but I think there's many different doors for people to knock on. And when I ask, so I mean, there are startups that are going to say, yes, it's difficulty raising money, and I'm sitting on the other side of the table. But one thing that I do hear startups always talking about is talent. And to me, whether that's you're here in Singapore or in Indonesia, the reality is this is still a young ecosystem. So there hasn't been a lot of people who have had their experience. The talent is in the best growing startups. For our startups that are scaling really, really big, solving unique problems, there isn't people for them to turn to say, like, have you done this before somewhere else, or a team? So that's where we're hearing, like, hey, we need to bring in more talent. We're having, there's smart people here, but like everywhere, it's competitive between the biggest players. And so I hear a lot of startups saying that they need more talent.
From the early stage side, the only issue that we have since day one is market timing. So with the assumption that we pick a good founders, the next big issue is whether you are ahead of the market or you are kind of like behind it. So investing in early stage is something like surfing in the sea. You have to be ahead of the wave before it coming. So that's always the key things that we always look at. So great founders, great team is one thing. The second one we look at is the market size and the timing to enter the market. And the last one we look at is the product. We don't really care about the product at this moment. Simply reason, we believe that great team will build a great product.
So in Vietnam, the founder mostly they don't have experience. In a country like Singapore, there are a lot of big companies, and the founder in Singapore normally they used to work for a big company, so they learn how a company works. But in Vietnam, most of the founder they just start up, and when they graduate from university or working in some small company. So the people who have knowledge on engineering, they don't know how to marketing, or don't know how to sell, or they don't know how to manage the people, or don't know how to manage the finance. So the people, they just have strong in some aspects. So when working in Vietnam, I looking at them, I find the people to match them up and looking for the people, the right founder is difficult. And the second thing in Vietnam is the English and looking for the fund to grow up in the future is difficult.
I think the scenario is every marketplace has some shared challenges. The good news is everybody has some version of the talent challenge no matter where you are. And sometimes because we're in this environment, we feel it and it feels like it's our problem. But we had InnoFest last week, and for those that had a chance to participate, Yossi Vardy and others were there, and Yossi will say, hey, we have shortage of A, B, C, D in Israel. And when I was in the UK a couple of weeks ago, there was a lot of gnashing of teeth about we have shortage of A, B, C, D. If only we had more people like this in London, we'd build even more amazing things. So all I'm highlighting is we do have some challenges, but we're certainly not unique. They're perhaps at different stages or different gaps. But the good news is it feels to me like a high-class problem. Because we're making some progress in areas, we run into different problems than we did a couple of years ago. So now we need people that are understanding scaling or have different scars on their back, or we need different types of people. But it's not the same type of problem that we had a couple of years ago in all the cases. The one thing that I would say is there's some really exciting developments underway. So anybody that wants to help pitch in, I think there's a lot of things that are going on. Sometimes one of the complaints that I hear is we don't know how to engage. And I was at an event with Nick Nash a couple of weeks ago, and some of the corporates said, gee, we don't know any startups, and nobody invites us. And it was sort of the other side of the coin, which is all the startups are saying, hey, nobody from the corporates want to know what I'm doing. And so I think there's people looking for each other. And part of what we're trying to do is figure out what we can do, and I'm saying the royal we, but what any of us can do to help. But there's lots of people looking for each other. We just need to keep asking and knocking on doors. I think there's a lot of activity. We just need to keep working on it.
So is there enough money in Southeast Asia to invest in startups? So quick yes or no?
No, absolutely no. And Vinny, I hear you that there are enough doors
yeah,
to
yes,
knock.
Go ahead and fight. Yeah.
Vinny, I hear you that there are enough doors to knock. But my challenge is that even if you look at, if you did a comparison of the amount of money a company in Southeast Asia raises at seed stage as compared to the amount of money being raised in, let's say, even India or China or US, we are significantly far behind. Although the reality is that the challenges we have are maybe tenfold of what they have. We don't have a homogeneous market. we don't have talent, we don't have, follow-on investors. So shouldn't we sort of be looking at putting more money behind fewer companies to make them more successfully versus saying that we have got, enough money floating around in seed stage or even at the Series A stage. And that's where I was trying to come from, that I think, at a macro level, there may be a lot of capital going into the ecosystem, but I think at a micro level, companies are still undercapitalized for the problems that they face in the market. And that's one of the problems we need to solve as partners in the ecosystem.
So let me pick up on that a little bit, though. I think it partly depends on how you define it. It's tough to say, is there enough money? Because the answer is there may be boatloads of money at seed and not enough money for growth. I mean, Roger being an example, right? Roger's got a business, from Redmart, Roger's got a business, he needs growth capital. So he would say absolutely not. But there's other people that would say absolutely. So it's sort of like this question of, do we need more engineers? And the answer is, what do we mean by engineers? Do we mean mechanical, civil, structural, software, and which type? So is there enough money? Depends, right? Depends.
My answer is still no.
Anyway, in any paradigm.
Yeah.
In any paradigm.
No, I hear you.
I'm asking.
You're absolutely right.
I mean, there's not enough money in any segment.
It says good. It's the same for talent, and I'm sorry we are sort of getting into this.
No, I'm curious if there's not enough money
It's the same
anywhere.
for talent. I do think there's enough talent. I think there are people knocking on the doors on startups. The amount of people that write in from the US and Europe and about what's happening in Asia is not funny. But the reality is we need to stop doing this. My apologies, and I'm Asian. The Asian thing of not wanting to pay people. We need to be able to start thinking about how much does it need to really hire a rock-solid engineer who can do the heavy lifting for a company to scale. And I think that's the problem we have here, is that investors are not ready to capitalize companies well.
Vinny, what do you think?
So I mean, I was doing back of the envelope. So there's easily, between us, Series A funds, $250 million that's going to be spent in Series A in the next 2 to 3 years. To me, that's strong capital. The seed stage, yeah, so maybe it's not that much money, but the number of seed funds, like, you can probably count on more than 2 hands. So that's why I think there's definitely early stage money moving around. The reality is, yes, later stage, it is harder, but that money is also coming. So everything, investors, we fundraise from LPs on behalf of the ecosystem, or we as any good entrepreneur, you kind of chicken or the egg problem, you kind of hack one side first. But the reality is, yes, so for those growth stage funds, which there are a few, I see more coming, and they're basically raising on the proof of the ecosystem, and this is the pipeline, this is how many good deals are happening. So yeah, but I do sit in the investor's chair, so I'm not the one raising money. But for a portfolio that's raising money, I can, it definitely looks like for our companies that are doing well, they're getting a lot of interest, and multiple interests, multiple term sheets. So I don't see them having to scrape together crappy terms. When I talk to my friends in the Valley, and I tell them what current valuations are and what startups are raising at, they're pretty impressed based on what it was a few years ago. I mean, the reality of, we have Sequoia sitting in the room. I mean, when Sequoia throws money at a company here, it kind of looks like a deal in India or China or US at sometimes. So the fact is there's money that's moving around. I think in terms of where it is on scales, yeah, this is behind India and even farther behind China, but that's okay. I mean, the ecosystem is younger, it hasn't been maturing as long, but all the numbers kind of point to the right direction. Number of investments happening, the amount of investments, M&A activity happening, that just keeps growing every year. So I think all of us, what we can at least agree on up here is we're bullish, and Steve made a very good point. The problems that we have are these kind of high value problems, and that's actually a really good thing for the ecosystem. If we're complaining about more capital, complaining about more talent, but it is being solved and it's different problems than you would have complained about 5 years ago, that's a good sign.
Oh, fortunately for us, we have no problem with money. Yeah, because we have Fini and Amit here. So for seed funding, actually, we are at the lowest part of the chain. We see a lot of money at Series A, actually. And then I think those people that have problem with money is those startup that is in between. They are not the category leader, or they are not performing with a good traction. Yeah, there will be a lot of difficult to raise money. So in this kind of like situation, it is good actually all this startup died, because it's a natural kind of like filtering. Our portfolio actually able to. So we don't have that problem. because
You're
of
a
you
rock
guys,
star.
of course.
You're a rock star.
So is it a problem of having not enough money, or is it a problem that Southeast Asia is just not producing like good companies? That means like you don't have like good companies.
I think that correlation is, you know.
That means you don't have like basically good. You have money, but there's no good companies to invest in.
I think there's so many good companies to invest in.
Okay, so everyone agrees that there's a lot of good companies to invest in.
For sure.
Yes,
I think what tends to happen though is, you know, when you're talking about sort of concentration of capital, and I think the Google reports also talks about that. I think there's too much concentration of capital into companies which are, you know, horizontal, large stories which have played out in other markets. And I think what we need to start doing, and you know, I think Steve is sort of heading in that direction to solve some of that problem, is, you know, how do we get more capital allocated to problems which are probably local, which are, you know, which are going to be unique to Southeast Asia, which are not being done before. How do you get more capital behind those kind of companies, so, which are still good companies, but not enough capital moving in that direction. So I would think that there are enough good companies. There needs to be more even spread of the capital going into non-obvious.
A lot of capital, all of a sudden they become more attractive to outside investors that are looking at companies that have raised that much. So their ease of raising additional capital, a lot of capital at very high valuations, becomes easier for them. And then, yeah, for the patterns that don't necessarily fit what these foreign late stage growth investors are looking for, it kind of does hurt other people. So only a few get really pumped up to the top, and then it's disproportionate for other folks.
I think where we have a gap in some of these things is we've got funds that would be, if you want to use the expression, digital tech, but where it'd be around bio, something to do like Lightstone. You have people where there is a gap. So for example, the most recent trip that I took to the UK 3 weeks ago, there is a lot of activity around AI and machine learning, and there's a real clustering of both students and startups and money chasing some of that. Now, it was in part triggered by DeepMind and some of the follow-on. Have some gap. We're a little bit in the chicken and egg right now, which is we have some amazing students and some amazing work that's going on in pockets in Singapore, but we're not quite sure yet how to try and get behind that in a cluster where we can put money and people together in one spot. So we have, I think, areas where we've got some momentum, and we've got some areas that we'd like to try and create a ball rolling down a hill type of activity. So if we were to say, what does Singapore stand for? That's the area that we're trying to think, right? What's the thing where you have to be here if you're going to work on that? And right now, AI, you would say London is one of the places because there's a real concentration, a real super activity group. And that's something that we're talking about now. And so I would say in that sense, we have gaps to solve.
So it's good that like everyone agrees that there are a lot of good companies in Southeast Asia. So like if there's, assuming there's like LPs in this room, I think there are a lot. What are like some of the things that you would actually share with them? Some interesting data that you would share with them that makes Southeast Asia like really attractive?
You mean over and above the Google report?
this morning?
Over and above the Google report?
yeah, I think that's about it.
Well, and so, I mean, so there's what you can forecast, but historically in 2015, there was $2 billion in investments in 2015. Yeah. And so, I mean, a lot of that's rocket, maybe half. So there's a lot of money that's moving. The other thing, yeah, so, to anybody that's looking at this region, it's basically about the delta. It's not even absolute numbers, but the year-over-year growth is massive. The other questions I always get, well, what happened? US is slowing down, China is slowing down. What does that mean for Southeast Asia? Basically, I look at it this way. We have a bit of a buffer. Again, going back to, there's at least 250 million, probably maybe close to double that, that's these us funds that are going to be investing in it. So even as things start to contract in other parts of the world, the fact is we all have money that we want to deploy and are going to be encouraged to deploy it on a shorter time period. We'll probably be a little bit smarter or tighter with our wallets than I would say if contraction's faster in China and a little bit more conservative, but the money's still going to get deployed. So I don't see it pulling the brakes here in this region. I see it, there's a 3-year delay.
In your portfolio companies and the trends that you observe, what are some of the attractive traits of Southeast Asia?
We have a interesting experience because we starting investing since 2009 until now. The hypothesis that we have in Indonesia, for example, in that days, there's only about 22 million internet population in Indonesia, so it's about 13.5% penetration. And we believe that it was going to increase up to like 30-40%. We look at, in that day, Facebook actually have been adopted by a lot of people on the street. So we know that digital product can be adopted, and we see that a lot of people start using smartphone. So now we see that internet penetration in Indonesia is already like 92 million. Facebook is still the leading one. Mobile phone penetration above 100. So we see how this shifts.
Most people probably know Rotten Tomatoes, the movie rating website. So their story is they launched right before the dot-com boom. Dot-com bust. A lot of their competitors were raising a lot of money. They were not able to raise any money. So they basically were going into it like, 3 of our competitors just raised a lot of money. We're going to have to shut this down. And then all of a sudden, everything went to shit, and companies started closing down because they raised a lot of money. They were spending a lot of money on servers. They were buying their Ariane chairs, and they weren't really understanding how to scale down very, very quickly. And the ironic thing is Rotten Tomatoes, which thought they were going to have to shut down because they didn't get any investor, any positive interest, kind of went into